I guess that on-air sign behind me means it's time to go.
Or the air conditioning is on.
Yes, and thank the Lord it is. Hello and welcome to the 2026 bee season kickoff from Buzz TV and Mountain Sweet Honey. Bryan Race, Ray Sivitz. We're both avid college football fans, and this time of the year, we're counting down the days till the kickoff of the season. But as beekeepers, kickoff is here. I feel like we ought to be hearing "Start Me Up" or "Welcome to the Jungle" or something.
This is the Super Bowl.
Yeah, something to really get the momentum going here. But we're going to hang out with you guys, and I hope you'll hang out with us till 2:00 today. So 5 hours of talking about bees. Isn't it nice to have a little bee talk going
Lots
on
of
in
bee
the morning?
talk today.
Lots of bee talk, and maybe even some free bees as we have hourly giveaways. And today, in addition to giveaways of bees and beekeeping supplies, you get the savings.
Hey, you forgot something.
I'm sure I did.
Equipment.
Beekeeping supplies, all sorts of equipment to give away. So we encourage you, as you're able, dip in and out of the coverage today. You might hear your name called as one of our winners, and we hope that you will reach out to us, place an order today. Any order that you make at mountainsweethoney.com gets you an entry to win free bees. But the best part is the savings on the packaged bees themselves. Save up to $50 today.
Yes.
And we're going to lay out all those details for you, but it's a one-day sale.
That's a lot of lunches or a lot of coffees.
It sure is.
$50 savings.
And if you buy multiple packages of bees, that adds up in a hurry. It might just help pay the air conditioning bill this month.
Yeah.
So don't miss a minute of the action here today on Buzz TV. And now we'll turn it over to Ray Sivitz. He's the owner of Mountain Sweet Honey, and they are the sponsor of today's program, mountainsweethoney.com, where you can order. And there at the bottom of the screen, you'll see our phone number as well.
Well, it's been hot here, folks. The other day, Bryan, it was 100 degrees is what my truck temperature said. It was 100 degrees outside. And I said, I'm going to go jump in the swimming pool. And I got in the pool and I looked at the thermometer, 94 degrees.
94 degrees.
So we can't get any cooler.
Either a lot of kids have been swimming in the pool or it was really hot.
Solar warming all the way around on it. Folks, we got a lot of good deals today. Going to talk a lot about bees. We appreciate everybody that jumped in. Bryan, the minute I turned on the website to take orders, somebody already had placed an order by the time I was done.
It's a big deal to lock in the best dates. That's one of the key things today is getting the date that you want at a price that makes sense.
Exactly. And it has been very robust since noon yesterday. All the way through. We had folks, Bryan, I was looking here just a minute ago, at 1:30 in the morning, placing orders. And
Thank you.
At 3:30 in the morning and 4:30. And then at 5:00 this morning, it was like a dam burst. All kinds of orders came on in right around the 5:00 hour. So it was very, very busy on the website, and it's going to be in turbocharged today, Bryan, with the sale officially going. It's in our social media pages, and there's a lot of buzz out there right now. Now, hold on here.
We're enjoying Ray again. A little feedback there.
Yeah, lots of feedback. All right.
But we do want your feedback today, certainly in the chat. Come on in. Tell us how hot it's been in your neck of the woods. Tell us what you're most excited about as you think of getting bees for the 2026 season, and we will say hello to you. As you know, we often answer questions when we have time, so maybe you've encountered a question that needs to be addressed. We would love for you to share that with us there on YouTube or Facebook. And, of course, we have people that are watching on mountainsweethoney.com as well. And I'm going to make a few adjustments here and turn it over to Ray Sivitz.
All right, folks. Well, one of the things that we have a lot of fun with during this show is just giving some shout outs to folks. Right now on the website, Bryan, we have folks in Moses Lake, Washington.
I am not familiar with Moses Lake.
Every time we're on Buzz TV, those folks are on watching us.
Very cool.
And so I always look for that corner. And then the other thing, folks, is New York City. Do you all know that New York City has the most beekeepers in any city around the U.S., and the number is over 5,000 beekeepers just in New York City. And right now we have 3 that are online shopping right now, and we want to thank them for their orders. We have Ashburn, Virginia. Got four people in that city, in that area. We also have Charlotte, folks there shopping. We also have Fayetteville, Georgia, several folks there. And it looks like Atlanta, 4. And good old Chicago, 5 people there. And then in the upper part of Michigan, Pellston, the city of Pellston is there. And of course, Bryan, the big D, Dallas, definitely there. I don't see Dolly Parton there yet. Nashville
or Sevierville, Pigeon Forge, some of those areas.
Dollywood.
Saudi Daisy. We'd love to hear from you guys.
Let's see, because I see some folks here that are in Tennessee. Let me zoom in here. All right, we've got Cleveland, Tennessee, so that's kind of close, but quite far on that there. Okay, want to give a shout out to some orders. The first order of the season went to Sean Nagel. He's out of Potomac, Mississippi. He picked up 2 Italian bee patches. I'm tongue-tied this morning. Bee packages.
Is that coffee in your mug over there?
I don't know. I'm going to get some water here.
Out of curiosity, the people that jumped in early when you opened up the website, are they eligible for the giveaways today?
Yeah, in fact, everybody that ordered overnight and yesterday, they are immediately in the first drawing. And that first drawing's here in just a few minutes. So
cool. Maybe
get your orders in.
Name. Yeah.
All right. James Johnson from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, picked up a package of Carniolan bees. We have Todd Meinhardt from Republic, Missouri. He picked up 2 Italian bee packages. And we have Tim Weeks from Murphy, North Carolina. And he got a seasonal nuke. So he'll be driving down from North Carolina like a lot of folks and seeing us when those nukes are ready. And we have Douglas Nolan. He is part of Oklahoma State University. And he is located in Park Hill, Oklahoma. And he picked up an Italian bee package. We have Martin Haskell in Cincinnati, Ohio. He picked up 3 packages of Carniolans. And Steve Schindel from Atlanta, GA, the ATL, Bryan. He picked up 2 Italian overwintered bee nukes. And we have Steve from Kent, Ohio. He picked up an Italian bee package. Robert from Amarillo, Texas. 1 Italian bee package.
My favorite George Strait song.
Yeah.
Amarillo by Morning.
All right. Then we got Kurt Zimmerman from Blacksburg, Virginia. He picked up 2 Italian bee packages. Brian Newsom from Cumming, Georgia. That's not too far away.
I used to work in Cumming.
Yeah. Great place. One Italian package, and he's coming by to pick that on up. And then we have Wayne Johnson from Glide, Oregon. He just got some beekeeping supplies.
I want to share a quick comment from Ben that we've thrown up on the screen there. He says over the last couple of years, he has purchased 4 bee packages from Mountain Sweet Honey. And between them and the swarms that he's been able to catch, he now has 33 hives. Fantastic. Way to go, Ben. But of course, that's not the story for everybody. James checking in, the No Life beekeeper, he lost a bunch of hives this year, and that's one of the reasons that taking advantage of today's bee season kickoff can be helpful, because it has been hard on a lot of beekeepers for a variety of reasons that Ray will discuss throughout the show.
Yeah, I appreciate that comment there. And we're going to talk a little bit about bee loss a little later in the day here. So stay tuned for that. Bryan, why don't you tell us how people can enter into the drawing here?
every purchase that you make at mountainsweethoney.com or by calling us at 706-886-1322. We've got that number occasionally across the bottom of the screen, 706-886-1322. That counts as an entry into our hourly giveaways. And so we're doing a combination of free bees. We've got beekeeping supplies, some great hat veil combos, beekeeping suits, lots of things that Ray has selected just for today's show. So when you place that order, it becomes an entry, and then every hour we will draw from all the entries, and it could be you winning something really cool from our friends at Mountain Sweet Honey.
Now, Bryan, we've had 85 people on the website putting orders in since the 9 o'clock hour, so we appreciate that. And Bryan, let's go ahead and get the slide deck open here.
Okay.
All right, go on ahead. Yep. And you just talked about that.
Let me mention the QR code real quick. Yep. You may just want to pull out your phone, open up the camera app, let it lock in on that code there in the bottom right-hand corner that you see. That will take you right to the website to order your bees, figure out which bees, which dates that you want. And then as we mentioned, and as I have not mentioned, you have a couple of options if you win. If you've already placed an order for bees and you just want a refund on that order, that's cool. We can do that. Or you've got an extra package of bees, the one that you bought and then the one that you won. So we hope that you will take advantage of that today. Lowest prices, and explain to us, Ray, about the cancellation policy. This might be something of a great interest.
Well, let's talk through this slide here, Bryan. First of all, we guarantee this is the lowest price of the 2026 bee season. It only goes up from here, folks. We look to see package prices in the 170 range, and obviously it's all on supply and demand, but it'll be 170 plus for our final pricing during the season. Now, overwintered loss. What this allows you to do is buy now and use the so-called stock trading term hedge, a hedge against losses. There's nothing worse than coming into the season and you know you've lost 2 or 3 and you don't have any ordered. This is a great time to go ahead and place your order. And in the event you go in and check your hives in January during one of the warmer days in January or even in December, what you can do is say, okay, I'm good for the upcoming season. I have no losses. And as long as you cancel by February the 1st of next year, then you'll get absolutely fee-free refunds. And we just wish you the best on it because you got through the season. Now, when we look at losses for this past 12 months, the USDA is stating that there was over a 55% loss for this past season. So this is an excellent way to hedge your money, save money at the same time, and not be paying the higher prices in December, January, and February. And of course, in March is when we're at our top dollar for our bees. So cancel by February the 1st, 2026, and it's fee-free refund.
So to make sure I'm understanding the calculus here correctly, even if your bees have done well this year, you haven't sustained significant losses, it might be a good idea to proactively purchase some bees at great prices, and then you can make a determination over the winter how your colonies did, and then keep the bees coming towards you, or say, wow, my bees made it through the winter. I can get the refund on the order that I placed today. Is that sort of the calculation people are making?
And the other thing, Bryan, is most people are trying to grow their apiaries in the event that there is some kind of a upheaval within the apiary, that they'll still have enough bees to cover for the honey production for the coming season. So it's always a great hedge on that side too.
We just had a comment from Libya, as in overseas Africa, checking in today.
Oh, wow.
And they were just commenting how bees are important for the earth, and they're glad somebody's on the YouTube today talking about God's special creation.
All right. Well, let me just see if I can see them on the map. I do not.
They may just be checking in on
Yep.
YouTube as opposed
Yep.
to placing an order. Do you ship anything overseas?
No, we do not, Brian. Just simply because there's some there when you export any kind of insect or animal, the USDA gets involved as well as a foreign government. Their Department of Agriculture there. So we're not in tune with that. And a lot of countries like Canada don't allow bees from the United States to go into Canada. They've kind of put the wall up on that side.
And do I understand that we've recently added a few more states to our distribution? And how many states can we safely ship bees to?
Well, we have them on the website there, Brian. And why don't you, there you go. Click me on one there. What we've added is 3 more states this coming year, and that is Minnesota, Nebraska, and Kansas. So those are the ones that we have added. So if we take those 3 states all the way down to Texas, go eastward, that's where we're able to send bees. And nationwide, we're able to do all beekeeping supplies. So it's 33 states for bees and nationwide for beekeeping supplies. All right, let's go to the next one there. Okay, so folks, today the great price that we have on this is $125 for Italian bee packages, and this is a super price. We're looking at packages being in the 170 to 175 range when we get into peak season. So easily a $50 savings here. And let's talk a little bit about what is going on when we buy an Italian bee package and what are the traits that the Italian bee packages have. Bryan, let's go to the next slide here. Okay, so when we're talking about Italian honeybee strengths, one is it shows a strong disposition to breeding. And what happens is as soon as pollen comes in from the maple trees, you're going to see the queen start kicking into gear and laying a lot more eggs within the brood of the hive. So they're the first ones that you'll see out of all the honeybees that we carry, that they have this disposition of getting started very fast. And one of the things that you got to be really cautionary on is once those blooms of the maple come out, that you want to be ready with an additional super with the frames and foundation ready to go in, because they will explode within 10, 15 days. You'll see all kinds of brood. And once that brood comes out of the brood chamber, you're going to have a very full hive of bees on that there. Number 2 there, cleanliness and an excellent housekeeper. They keep very clean inside the hive. A lot of people say you can eat off the inside of the hive simply because it's so clean. They use very little propolis. You'll see enough that they do their propolis welds around in cracks and crevices, but they're nowhere near what you're going to find in other honeybees.
And why is that an issue, the propolis buildup?
Well, the propolis buildup, Bryan, is basically like a glue. During the summer, it will be very sticky like bubble gum, but when you get into the fall and winter months, it becomes Gorilla Glue, and it will break your hive bars, and it will also chip away at the inside of the hive if you go in there with a tool during the cooler months and try to break some of that propolis off.
So it's somewhat of an advantage if you're not wanting bees that produce a lot of propolis for other reasons.
Well, propolis is also one of these medicinal purposes that you can harvest that and chew on it, and it's kind of like redneck bubble gum is what I kind of try
just
to
a
say.
pinch between the cheek and gums.
Yeah, and so people chew that and they believe in the healing properties of propolis. So, and those that don't know what propolis is, that's the sap that comes out of the trees that they forage on and they bring it back into the hive there. One of the other great traits comes down to the excellent foragers. They're going to be one of the first ones out of the gate in the morning, and they're going to be out foraging and trying to bring in as much nectar as they possibly can. So they're early risers. Soon, I mean, when I'm looking at my bee yard, they're out and foraging somewhere around 5:30 in the morning here in Georgia, and it's still a very light daylight at 5:30 in the morning. All right. They're also superb comb builders. They will build out comb so long as you have sugar water there to assist them. And what happens is they digest this sugar water and they produce wax out of their wax glands. So if you don't give them sugar water, they're not going to be able to produce the comb as quick as they could if they were being fed. And so what you got to do is make sure on your bee packages that you have 1-to-1 sugar water there on the hive 24/7, 7 days a week, and they'll produce a lot of great comb. So when the queen emerges out of the queen cage, she has a place to lay her eggs. And also the bees, as they're foraging, they're bringing in the nectar, and that will be the honey stores for the winter to come. So it's very, very important. Feed your bees 1-to-1 sugar water, and you'll do really good, and your bees will do really good. All right, and the last one on this slide is covers the honey with a brilliant white capping. Very, very beautiful cappings that you can get off your first round of honey extraction. That will get darker over time, especially if you get into your second or third rotation through the nectar period. So that white capping is very valuable wax that you can resell as candle wax, or even to carpenters that want to lubricate their wood drawers as they're making them. They'll put some of that wax capping on there, and it's just excellent.
Ray, a question that often comes in other Buzz TV editions that we've done is whether or not a first-year beekeeper with Italians can expect to harvest honey. What are your thoughts on the ability to actually get honey that first year?
I would tell everybody on the front end, don't expect the bees to overproduce honey their first year. And the reason being is they're trying to get their first year of nectar reserves that will soon become honey, and have that ready for the winter season. And it's really something that you've got to leave with your bees. And that's typically one medium super that's out there for the bees to eat through during the winter months. And of course, you want to feed so they don't deplete their stores through the winter months on that. So feeding is very, very important. All right, we're on the next slide here. Okay, so when you're looking at your bees foraging, they will know, for example, to the north, 200 feet away from the hive, there is a water poplar tree that's out there, and that has 2 or 3 hours of nectar that are coming out at 10 to say 1 o'clock. They're going to really hit that really hard and get that nectar there. And now, if it's raining that day, the rain is actually going to wash that nectar out of the blooms. And I think I said water poplar, but it's tulip poplar that I meant to say. And basically, if it's raining, the bees aren't going to be flying, and that nectar is going to get washed out of those blooms. Privet is another one that's very, very popular with the bees because there's a lot of nectar that is there. And one of the things for those that have privet near their apiary is that privet will not smell too awfully good for the first week or so. But as it sets after it's been extracted, there's a sweet flavor that all of a sudden happens with the maturing of the honey after it's been extracted. So that is a pretty cool thing there. And again, if you're overcast or raining, it's not going to be a lot of nectar that's going to be happening coming into the hive. And in fact, the bees are going to be pretty much held up within the hive itself. Now, let's go to the gentleness factor, number 8 there. The Italian honeybees are the most gentle of all honeybees that we carry, and are known for their gentleness in the honeybee kingdom. So very, very good bee. You can take these bees as far north as Canada or as far south as South America. They're going to be good for you there. Now, there is some folks that are out there that say, hey, look, you got to have local bees. That's not true, because what you're actually saying is I'm changing the DNA of the queen so that the queen is more accustomed to, let's just say, weather in Canada. But that's not true. Their DNA tells them when to build up their brood and then when to reduce it. And one thing that we're going to see here in the South, effective this coming week, is that the queen bee is going to start cutting back. And she's not going to be laying like she was 60 days ago. And 60 days ago, there was never a cell that's open during that time without an egg in it or maturing from egg to pupa. So anyhow, that's the bottom line on that there. These Italians, there's some statistics that are out there. 90+% of beekeepers have Italian honeybees. So anyhow, that's what we have here for the Italian honeybees. Did you have a question?
Brenda was just checking in a moment ago, letting us know what great success she had there with the Italians, and just that they were incredibly gentle bees, backing up all the points that you were making. I did want you to address a question from Gina. She's on Facebook and says, I don't see where you buy bees. Can you walk somebody through the process of what they're looking for to make the right clicks on the website?
Yes.
To get there?
All right. So you go to, just go in www.mountainsweethoney.com/bees. And Bryan, I think we have that on a QR code too.
Yeah, with some of the QR codes that'll pop up will have that as well. Yep. But if you're wanting that direct link, that was mountainsweethoney.com /bees. If you want to go right to the page, /, you are correct, /bees to go directly to the link. Otherwise, if you're just at mountainsweethoney.com, isn't there a big show me the bees or
yes.
Red? It's in red, I think, at the top of the page.
No, the red sends them to this broadcast.
Okay, so the red was for the broadcast, but there is a link at the top of the page that you can click on that will say show me the bees, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, so you go to our website, www.mountainsweethoney.com, and right at the top you'll see where it says bees or shop live bees. We have a couple of different clicks that you can do there, but just click on any one of those two and it will take you directly to the bee page, and you'll be able to see exactly what each of the bees that we do sell, the species, so that you can look at what are the pros and cons, and also place your order if you want to.
And the phone, if you don't mind talking to a friendly customer service rep who's knowledgeable, who's glad that you called, and who's actually sitting by right now waiting for your call, you can reach out at the number there on the bottom of the screen, 706-886-1322. Remember the deals that we're talking about today. This goes on through what, midnight tonight?
Yep,
is that the deadline?
Yes.
So you've got till midnight tonight. And again, you can see on the screen, $125 till midnight tonight. That's the best deal anywhere. Not just the best deal we offer. We think it's the best deal anywhere, and we hope that you will take advantage of that during the bee season kickoff show?
All right. I'm looking at 94 people online right now shopping us. We've got Camden, Arkansas. We have in Missouri, Green City, Missouri, and Chatham, Illinois, Effingham, Illinois. Been through there, Bryan, a bunch of times on the interstate, traveling north. We have 5 people in Chicago, and we have Adrian, Michigan, also online purchasing right now. Indianapolis, we got 3 folks online shopping there, and a person in Cincinnati. And hey, you know what, Bryan? I think Dolly is online right now.
All right. So we got
Nashville,
the Dollywood
Tennessee
establishment checking in today.
I think she and her husband,
he passed away.
Well, she's got 2 computers, I think, going on. Right. And let's see here. Ashburn, Virginia, 4 folks there. And out on the beach, Chesapeake, Chesapeake, Virginia, 2 folks out there, or excuse me, 1 out there shopping. And then Charlotte, then Canton, North Carolina. I think that's one of our frequent flyer folks, Bryan, that's out there. They're really good folks, and we'll see an order probably coming through from them.
Let me make a quick encouragement to everybody to hit a like button, a subscribe button, a share button. Just hit a button today so that we can bring more people into this great hobby of being a beekeeper. We can let more people know about what you've discovered. If you've been with Mountain Sweet Honey in the past, you know that we pride ourselves on quality bees and excellent customer service, and just a resource that you can count on. The number of people that send us emails and just call with questions on a regular basis. It really is the old service after the sale mantra, because we want you to enjoy what you're doing and to be a customer for a long, long time. So I'm asking some of you that are big fans of what we do at Mountain Sweet Honey and Buzz TV to go ahead and let somebody else know about this broadcast today.
You know, Bryan, when we look at Google reviews, the number one thing that stands out repeatedly in the reviews is our customer service. And we appreciate, I think it's like 4,600 folks that we have that have given reviews. All right, let's go to some more orders here. We got Greg Doris from Columbia, Tennessee. He picked up 4 Carniolan bee packages. We've got Teresa Beltran from El Campo, Texas. She picked up 2 Italian bees packages. Felix Gonzalez from San Antonio, Texas. He picked up 3 packages of Italian bees. We got Paul Nassor.
Do you know
remember
him?
That?
Do you know Paul?
Paul is a frequent flyer.
So his name shows up a lot around Mountain Sweet Honey.
He's a TV guy.
Tell me more. I don't know Paul.
He's a plastic surgeon on TV.
I'm taking your word for it. I'm not disagreeing with you, Ray. Just nip and tuck's not my my speed.
I'm trying to think what the name of the TV show is, but they take
Dr. Pimple Popper?
No. She's a whole other thing going on.
All right, I just found that funny to
anyhow, say. Paul from Pennsylvania, he picked up a Caucasian bee package.
Do you want to trade out any services with Paul? Have you thought about a nip and tuck?
I don't know. Maybe a hair rejuvenation or something.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you for letting us have a little fun at your expense today. We appreciate you.
All right. Tim from Saline, Michigan, he picked up 3 Italian bee packages. And just looking at that order here, he ordered for April 30th for that ship date. Folks, if you have a question on what is the best date to ship to your locality, call us at 706-886-1322, and our folks will help you choose the best date for your area. We have all kinds of training that we give our folks, and they understand the geography of your state, and we'll be able to help you pinpoint the exact great date for a shipment there. All right, we got Terry from Newville, Pennsylvania, picked up one Italian bee package. And Bryan, right after this, let's go on ahead and I'll choose the winner for the first hour.
Okay,
all
cool.
right. So get your orders in, folks. mountainsweethoney.com/bees, and that will get you where you can order. You got about 4 minutes here, and we'll pick a
But
winner
we're doing
here.
this for 5 hours today. So if you
Yes.
don't win
Yes.
in the next drawing, no worries.
It just gives you more chances.
Mhm.
The sooner you get in. All right, Jeffrey Bowen from Dutton, Alabama, picked up 2 Italian bee packages. And Bryan, he's driving in. We have a lot of folks drive in from Alabama, Tennessee, North Carolina, and of course, South Carolina, Georgia, and Florida.
And we are located in a beautiful part of the country, Toccoa, Georgia, Northeast Georgia. We're about an hour north of Athens and not too far from the South Carolina border. So if you're ever looking at a map of Georgia and you see that little indentation in the upper right-hand corner, that's pretty much where we are located. And so you could make a beautiful trip up here, come see the beautiful scenery. Helen, Georgia is a great place to swing through if you want a little alpine village. You want to put a little oompa into your trip. There's lots to do in beautiful Northeast Georgia. We would love for you to come and see us.
All right. We have Jerry Smith from Bellbrook, Ohio. He picked up a Carniolan bee package. And then we have Tyler Strawinski from Alpharetta, Georgia. That's not too far away. He picked up an Italian Nuke overwintered, so he'll be coming by to see us. Brett Perry from Lanesville, Indiana. He picked up an Italian bee package.
Will you be talking about nukes a little later in the show?
Yes. Nukes are up in the, I think, 2 hours out.
Okay.
All right. Then we got Kip Goodbread from Brunswick, Georgia. He just went in and bought a bunch of various beekeeping supplies, and we appreciate that. That will be shipping out today to him.
And for clarification, beekeeping supplies counts as an entry for all of our contests. So do I have that correct, Ray? That
Yes.
Any purchase of any item is considered an entry into the contests.
Yes, it is. All right. Brandon Maxwell from Monroe, Louisiana. Do you know where that is?
I do know where Monroe is. I want to say that it's on the
Monroe.
Oh, Monroe. Okay, I thought you said Monroe. Monroe. I do not know where Monroe is.
I thought you would.
Maybe if somebody knows where Monroe is, you can leave that in the comments for us.
All right. Well, Brandon, he picked up 3 Italian bee packages that will be shipped out to him. We have Joe Wood from Noonan, Georgia, and he picked up an Italian bee package. We've got Randall Jordan from Pelzer, South Carolina. You know, Bryan, we do a lot of business right around Greenville, South Carolina.
It's a booming area.
Yep. And he picked up an Italian bee package. And Bryan, is it time for me to announce a winner? We got 2 more here. Nicholas Simon, from Center Conway, New Hampshire. And he picked up 4 Caucasian bee packages. We have Brian Robertson from Monroe, Georgia. That's not too far away. And he's picking up 2 overwintered nukes. And we got Ruben Yout from Union City, Ohio, picking up 2 Italian bee packages. All right, so here is the drawing. And our winner for this hour is Michael Gorman. He is from Elmer, New Jersey, and he purchased 5 Carniolan bee packages from us.
Oh, fantastic.
So
one of those is free.
Yeah, or add one on.
Yeah. Now you're going to get 6 packages, however you want to do it. Let's make sure that we note that wherever you need to put his name so that we don't have any issues.
You know, I know Nikki is back at the office. She's trying to help with the phones today.
Okay.
And Nikki, so if you could just put that on the to-do, Michael Gorman from Elmer, New Jersey. and I flagged him on my email here of that order. So
does Michael need to do anything? Do we need him to respond, or will we reach out to him?
All winners, we will reach out on Monday or Tuesday of next week, and arrange a shipping date and time on that there. And for Michael, he got his on April the 10th being shipped out. So a great date for those in New Jersey there.
You up for a question,
yeah.
Ray?
Yep.
All right. This is from Jake, and he says, I bought a couple of packages of Italian bees in May. One hive is swarmed and left a small number of bees behind. I did notice queen cell hatch. Yes. What is the likelihood of this coming back and making it? Why would they swarm? And maybe the original queen died. Any information is appreciated. And that is from Jake Bailey.
Okay. There's several parts to this on a question here. All right. Swarming typically happens on one of two things, especially on new packages. You got to feed, and don't release the queen immediately. Let the hive of bees release the queen over a period of 3 days. That is a very common misconception, is letting the queen loose out of the queen cage as soon as you have her there. And the problem with that is there might not be any cells for that queen to lay, and the bees are in there working, and that queen says, hey, I need a place to lay my eggs, and off they go on a swarm. Also, not feeding will also drive the bees into a swarm nature on that there. Now, he does say, Jake does say that there was a queen cell that is open. Now, I don't know if that was one that was being developed, or if it was, say, 30 or 45 days down the road, and you should have seen that queen cell a lot earlier. So beekeepers do need to be looking in their hives, especially during May, really April, May, and June. You want to be very much in the hives on a weekly basis, looking for these queen cells, and also seeing if the queen has places to lay, and also the population of the hive. So there's a lot of things that are potentially happening there. Now, the next thing that he asks is maybe the original queen died. One of the things that I did when I was a first-time beekeeper is, as I was pulling out the frame, I rolled the queen, and that made her where she was not able to lay eggs anymore. And subsequently, that hive died off, and that was all on me on that there. Or there was insects that came into the hive, and when they came into the hive, they killed off the queen. So there's a lot of different rabbit trails that go off on this particular question because of all the data that Jake gave. So,
okay,
Jake, I hope that answers your question, and a good question.
And we certainly encourage questions today, even though the main purpose of being here on the bee season kickoff is to let you know of the great savings, best prices of the year. And we also appreciate comments. David has one. He's checking in from Camden, Arkansas. He bought 3 packages of Caucasian honeybees a few years ago. Unfortunately, one of those absconded, but the other 2, he says, are the best in the apiary, and he would love to get more. Well, guess what? Guess what, David? Today's the day that you can get more. And I assume, Ray, that you'll be talking about Caucasians shortly, if people want to learn more about the differences between those bees versus the Italians or the Carniolans.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Let me do one thing here for Nikki here. I'm going to give her winner here.
While he is taking care of that, we'll see what's next on our agenda here. I'm going to go through some of the items that are available for you guys as prizes today. So we've got a hat veil combo that we'll be giving away at some point during the show. And we love the fact that you've got at least 180 degrees of visual there with this particular item. In addition to that, we're giving away a package of Italian bees today. And we're also going to do some beekeeping gloves. So if you need some great, these are lambskin, right? These gloves that we have. Do you remember?
No, those are goat skin gloves.
Goat skin. Okay,
Yes.
I was in the ballpark with my species, but we will have those items to give away. And this mesh jacket is really cool. 360-degree ventilation, great zipper apparatus, lots of pockets for phones, Hive tools, etc. And so Ray will be talking more about that as we get closer to doing that giveaway.
Well, back to the slide on the gloves. Let's talk a little bit about the gloves here, folks. There's a lot of different materials that you can use, and I want to do a little deeper dive on why we use the gloves that we use. First of all, if we use it in our apiaries, that's what we're going to carry within our store and our website. So why goat skin over deer skin or cowhide? Cowhide is absolutely very, very hard to move your fingers within a cowhide glove. So that's the reason for that. Deer is a little bit more thicker of a leather, and that leather also makes it a little bit more cumbersome when you're opening and closing your hands. So that is why we use goat skin. It's a thinner, it holds a lot of the bee things out. But if you get a really well used goat skin glove, you will feel a secondary barb that does come through the glove when it gets wet. So that's just a precautionary. Either get a couple of pairs because they're cheap and use one that's dry, and that will protect your hand there. You'll also notice on the sleeve that is a nylon sleeve, and that will also help keep stings coming through. But of course, you have your jacket underneath, and so there's really no issues that you'll have with that particular glove. All right, Bryan, what is our next topic here for? Oh, we gave away. Now I've got a couple of folks that did shout outs to me here. All right, let's talk. We appreciate, let's see here. Jake, we appreciate you, and Ann Weber. We also appreciate Maria Acosta.
Maria.
Yes. And a shout out to her. She's from Cumming, Georgia. I love that area. Okay.
Lamario is checking in, saying he bought a couple of packages. One is extremely strong and actually has 3 times more bees than he started with. The second, a little slow, so he's left a frame out with a huge comb of honey in the second brood box. And what do you think about his idea of trying some lemongrass to move them up to the third, or do you have another alternative that you might suggest for moving some bees up in the hive? Or is that even the right approach in your opinion?
Okay. Let's talk a little bit about bee DNA at this point. All right. So he rises during the summer up into the hive. So what heat does is it really sets the queen to go down low into the hive where it's cooler. So the thing that we have to really, really watch as beekeepers is trying to manipulate when the queen needs to go high or when she needs to go low. If you run her up high at this time of the year, you can run into some problems with the productivity of that queen because she's not going to overproduce within the hive when there's so much heat within the hive itself. So the bees have to stay, the queen has to stay in the bottom during the summer and late summer into early fall. And then she will begin to gradually move up to the highest super that you have within the hive itself there. So I would not use any coaching at this point, but at the same time, you may want to get some already drawn out foundation and put that up on the top so that the worker bees will begin to have something to go with in helping them move up. Now, with that said, most of the country here within the next couple of weeks is going to be done with nectar, unless you're really up in the Northeast or upper Midwest, then you still got another month plus to go with nectar. So I don't know exactly where Mario is, but if you're in the South, the mid part of the country southward, then it's going to be very limited here in the next couple of weeks with any kind of nectar. So you're pretty much done in most of the country here in about 2 more weeks.
Keep those questions coming in there in the chat, either on YouTube or Facebook. We'll try to get to as many questions as we can throughout this show, which still has 4 plus hours to go on the bee season kickoff. As you can see up on the screen, it's time to talk about Carniolans, and we have a special deal today that is just for today on these incredible bees.
All right. So let's go to the Carniolan bee package, folks. $130 today only, and get your order in. We were calling out quite a few orders here just a minute ago, or over the last 45 minutes, 50 minutes, and a lot of Carniolans. We have carried Carniolans for, I would say, Bryan, somewhere around 12 years. And Carniolans, a lot of folks have fallen in love with the Carniolans. And let's talk a little bit about their traits here. All right, the Carniolans are mildly aggressive. If you drop a frame of brood while you're doing an inspection, they're going to come up and fly up in your face and say, "What are you doing?" So Carniolans are aggressive. They're not as mild as what you would see in the Italians. So I would not recommend this for a new beekeeper, because sometimes the mistakes of dropping a frame of brood or something like that there can be a big turnoff for a new beekeeper if they drop a frame of bees and their Carniolans. All right. They can be kept in populated areas, but the thing is with the Carniolans is they want to have at least 10 feet out from the hive as their fly zone. If you go into that 10 feet area, between 10 feet out and right in front of it, they're going to start bumping you and saying, "Hey, what are you doing this close to my hive?" They're not going to sting you, but they're going to bump you. And if you don't follow through with their bumps, then that's when they'll get more aggressive than that. The thing that I do see with the Carniolans is less drifting. So they tend to be very, very much staying to themselves within their hive that they have. And yes, you can put Carniolan next to an Italian hive. So there's no issue with that at all. And that drift that you would see from the Italian going 1, 2, or 3 hives down, you would see that with the Italians. You will not see that as much with the Carniolans. All right. Drifting also brings the wonderful word of robbing. And robbing is not as suspect with the Carniolans as it will be with the Italians and the Caucasians on that there.
And what exactly is robbing? So I know we have a lot of people considering getting into beekeeping today, and some of the terms that we know that are obvious to us that have been doing this for a while may not be as obvious to a newbie.
Well, robbing is much like what we've seen in the headlines the last couple of weeks, where popular folks have had their houses robbed.
Oh, I thought you were going to talk about the government, which we didn't want to go down that road.
No, we won't do that today. So what we have is the bees are doing the same thing. They, for example, if you have sugar water on each of your hives and you're feeding, and one runs out and the others are full, the bees will start to go over to the other hives that have food stores and start taking theirs. They're not going to wait to be fed. So if you have 2 or more hives within your apiary, then you want to be able to have all of them being fed in the same ratio of sugar. And if you have like lemongrass that you're putting in one, you have to put it in each of those. If you want to put tea tree oil in one of those, you have to put them in all of them, because that is an attractant and it will pull bees from other hives to go in there. Also during a dearth, which means there's extremely limited nectar sources, then what happens at that point, they will begin to look at other hives that have nectar that have not been sealed off because of the moisture content. The moisture content is in excess of 18%. So at that point, they'll go in and rob those nectar sources and bring them back into their hives. So robbing is very, very much what we would see in August, September, and maybe even into October on that. So those are big robbing months there.
Okay. Thank you.
So they're able to overwinter in a smaller number of winter bees. You'll see that they'll be a basketball size or smaller, not too awfully much smaller than a basketball, but they will definitely have a colony that will be there to keep them warm through the winter months. All right, so they're very, very thrifty during the winter months. They begin to not fly very much out of the hive, and the only time bees fly out during the winter months is to defecate. And when they defecate, they're immediately coming back in, and they're going to get warmed up within the cluster of bees there. Now, that cluster will be smaller, like I said, but it won't be overly small that you would see there. Okay, they're thrifty during the winter, as I just said, and they're very much conserving their honey stores. So one of the things that we see, like with the Italians, they'll eat through their honey stores, and then they'll starve out during the winter if we don't give them 2-to-1 sugar water during those months. So conserving honey stores is a biggie for the Carniolans. Now, these are commonalities. I have seen hives that are just loaded with bees during the winter, and they are Carniolans. And the more bees, the better, is the way I like to say it during the winter months. And one thing I didn't say is that they're a little bit more bigger of a bee during the winter months on all honeybees. And this is a little bit more fats that these bees have. And that's the way they're able to get through the winter months on that there. All right. And what we see also with the Carniolan bee traits is a good for areas with long winters. So if you're on a mountaintop with your apiary, or out in the Midwest with some larger mountains that are out there, these are great bees to have. I'm thinking about the Poconos, Bryan, which are really, really good. The Appalachian Mountains are a very good suitor for these Carniolan bees. All right, so once the queen gets started, you'll see the queen begin to think about expanding her brood once the maple pollen starts coming in. Now, by the time the nectar starts coming in, which is about a week later, then she's going to really turn on the egg production at that. She's going to run about 10 days behind what an Italian would if you had them side by side. So the Carniolans are going to be a little bit more slower on the startup, but once they get going, get out of the way, because the brood production is just way off the Richter scale there. Okay, so one of the other things that they're able to do is forage during overcast days where the Italians do not. So you're going to see somewhere around about a 10 to 13% increase in your honey production, because the Carniolan honeybees fly when the Italians don't. They are lower use on propolis. They will bring propolis in to weld various abnormalities within the hive. And they also have an increased resistance to brood diseases. And one of the things that I have been very, very proud of for the whole time that I've been in beekeeping is not having to use medications. Occasionally, we'll see some some dysentery that is out there, but that's easily taken care of with just feeding 1-to-1 sugar water, and that cleans out their gut, and they're in great shape for the rest of the season. Good buildup for a strong spring nectar flow and early pollination. So, like I said, once the maples begin to develop their bloom, and then also the nectar, they're going to go wide open. The Carniolan honeybees are. Okay, so the Carniolan also forages early in the morning, much like the Italians. They will go right until it's dark. They're out and really getting it, all the nectar they can possibly bring in. And, the workers live up to 12% longer than other subspecies. So they have a little bit more of a life extent, especially during the winter months. You'll see a lot more stronger, robust colony cluster during the winter months. All right, so these are $130 today only, and if I remember right, we were at $165. Was our closeout selling price for last season? So they're a great deal at $130. Order it today. The sale ends at midnight tonight, Eastern Standard Time.
Is there anything to know about dates when it comes to Carniolans? Any difference between Italians and Carniolans on what dates they might be available, or that you need to factor in early or later in the season? Does that come into play at all?
No, how we have the schedule set up, this is more for the folks in the middle part. When I say middle, North Carolina to Virginia, that is the first date that if you drew a line across the U.S. Through the Midwest, those are the best dates for that. I think we have 4 or 5 dates on there. I may be wrong on that, but we definitely have a bunch of dates to choose from on our website there.
So a quick reminder, this price of $130 only in effect for today until midnight tonight, Eastern time, and price goes up after midnight, and then each month those prices continue to rise till we get to the busy season when they're at their most expensive. So lock in $130 right now, mountainsweethoney.com. Click on that link to show me the bees. If you wanted to go directly to the website, mountainsweethoney.com/bees will take you right to the page where you can purchase these, the Carniolans, the Italians. We're still going to be talking about all of these bees throughout the bee season kickoff show today, which rolls right up till 2:00. And as you can see there on the bottom of the screen, any and every purchase that you make today, that's your entry form into our hourly giveaways. We did one a little earlier, and so coming up here in the next hour, it might be you who wins. That is, if you've made your purchase.
Well, we're looking at the orders that are coming in, and Nick from Racine, Wisconsin, he picked up an Italian bee package. Let's see here. And then we've got Julie Gaddis from Tallapoosa, Georgia. That's down in South Georgia, if I remember right. Mm-hmm. And she picked up an Italian bee package. She's going to drive up and see us from there. I think that's about 4 or 5 hours from here.
Yeah, but it's great to come up to Northeast Georgia.
We also have Jeff Upton from Buckner, Missouri. He picked up 2 Italian bee packages and some Formic Pro. Formic Pro is the go-to now for beating this virus that's going around and killing off a lot of bees, especially in the Midwest and on the West Coast. We're hearing some reports here on the East Coast, and the USDA came out and basically said Formic Pro is the way to go. A lot of the other treatments that are out there just are not going to get this virus that's killing off a lot of bees. So Jeff picked up a 10-dose pack.
And how are we doing with our supplies of Formic Pro? Do you still have a lot in stock? Is it starting to dwindle? What might somebody consider if they're wanting to ward off Varroa?
Well, we're adequately stocked right now, Bryan. The issue is folks need to start treating their bees in July, and there is some temperature issues that you got to treat within. Otherwise, you'll set your hive back or kill off the hive. So you definitely want to follow the directions of whatever treatment that you use. Use it effectively by carrying out the instructions to the very letter of what they're wanting you to do on that. I have Donna Gilbert from Montauk, New York. She picked up an Italian bee package. We have Donna Adams from Tulia, Texas. She picked up an Italian bee package.
Thank you, Donna.
And then we have Carolyn Betts from Alvarado, Texas. I think she's a frequent flyer. She's put in a couple of orders today. And then we have George Wirtz from Deming, New Mexico. You know, Bryan, New Mexico is one of our newest states that we've added. It was about 2 years ago. And this past season, we really took off in New Mexico. So we appreciate everybody's business there in New Mexico.
Hey, and certainly spread the word if you're in New Mexico to your beekeeping associations, to your clubs. Let them know about mountainsweethoney.com. We certainly would love to get the word out. And if you're watching, obviously you are watching right now, or at least listening, please share this live stream with somebody that is a fellow beekeeper. Let's get the word out about these great bees, the supplies, the knowledge. We love beekeeping. We know you do. And we want to expose so many more people to this wonderful hobby.
All right. And then we got Christy Naismith from Culloden, Georgia. She picked up a bunch of beekeeping supplies, and we appreciate that. Let's go to our next one here. We've got Charles Jarrett from Edison, Tennessee. He's driving down to see us and pick up 3 Italian bee packages. We also have Charles Jarrett from Edison, Tennessee. I think that's another one.
Didn't you tell me once that somebody drove all the way down from Connecticut to pick up some bees, or somewhere there in New England?
Well, we have a strategic alliance with a company up there, and I'm actually flying up to see them here in the next couple of weeks, and we're going to be able to offer a lot more stuff through this company up there in Connecticut, and we'll have a big talk about it in the weeks to come, and a couple of videos at the same time. And this company, if you've ever seen a Cracker Barrel, his store looks just like that, and very inviting, and he's doing a super job up there. But we'll do an announcement on that. But Bryan, we have folks that come in from Chicago. We have people, matter of fact, talking about Chicago, we have one customer that's been with us for, I want to say 10 years, maybe even 12. And he drives down every single year and picks up 20 or 30 packages.
That's not the Pope from Chicago, is
no,
it?
No.
Okay,
no,
just checking.
No,
you
no.
said Chicago. I was thinking maybe we had a customer that is famous.
And then we have folks that come down from Maine. You know, one of my favorite memories from years ago was the customer calls me and he says, "Hey, I'm here." Well, it's 5:00 in the morning. And so I got dressed, came in, got them loaded up. But as I was coming in, I said, "That can't be him." And it was one of these hybrid cars that is really small.
Almost like a Prius or something.
Yeah, it was a Prius. That's exactly what it was. And he had 150 packages.
Oh my goodness!
They put in there, and
made it right. You found a way to jam them all in,
Bryan. I don't know if all of them made it or not, because they were right screen to screen.
But they all got in the vehicle. Was my point. Whether they all made it safely home, I
think
don't know.
His wife or girlfriend had them in her lap, so she had like 8 on her lap going home all the way to Maine.
Oh my goodness!
You got it. you got to have love to do something like that.
All right. So when you come a long distance to pick up your bees, you might want to make sure you've got a vehicle large enough to hold all of them. And if you want your girlfriend to stay your girlfriend, don't put the bees in her lap.
You know what I think I see going on here, and this is all right to do. There's folks that have larger orders that are breaking it up into
That's
smaller
just smart.
orders,
Yeah.
so that they have more chances to win.
No, I think that's just smart.
So anyhow, I see a trend on that there. Okay.
Hey, I did want to throw up a comment from Mark.
Yes.
I'm sorry, that was not the right comment. Let me find. This was the one I was thinking of from Michael. Northern Adirondack Mountains up in your old neck of the woods of New York. What breed would you recommend?
Well, I would definitely take a look at the Carniolans or the Caucasians. And we're going to talk about the Caucasians here in just a minute. But either one of those would be would do really, really well because they go into the winter months with large clusters. And those large clusters mean more heat within the hive. And I would also put a hive wrap around those during the winter months to help retain the heat within the hive there, because yes, it gets cold up there in the Adirondack Mountains and especially in the northern part.
And here was Mark's comment. The bees that he buys from Mountain Sweet Honey are always strong and healthy. He has had buyer's remorse with other companies. We certainly appreciate
thank you
the
for the
social
kind
proofing there, the kind words, Mark, and thanks for being active in the chat today.
Yes. All right, let's do a couple more here. We have James McKenzie from Commerce, Georgia, so that's just 30 minutes away. He's coming by to pick up 2 Italian bee packages. And let's see here. We have Danny Jordan from Pellston, Michigan, and he picked up 3 Italian bee packages.
Is there any limit to how many packages that you can order?
100 for this for this price.
So we're going to cut you off at 100.
Yes. All right. And Harold Collins, he's on his way with 5 Italian bee packages from Walhalla, South Carolina. And that's just over the state line. So we appreciate that. Now I want to take a look at who's shopping online right now, Brian. We got 63 people online right now. We have somebody out in Boise, Idaho, Englewood, Colorado, in Dallas, Texas. That
begs a good question. When you mentioned Idaho, is that one of the states that we ship bees to? And if it's not, do we ship supplies to all 50 states? And do we ship supplies even beyond the continental U.S.?
Okay, we do ship coast to coast on beekeeping supplies. We have 33 states that we
I think it's up to 35, isn't it?
Or 35,
yeah,
I'm sorry.
35, I think we're going up.
Yeah, we added on a couple more states. And if you're in Kansas, Nebraska, or Minnesota, we are now shipping to your states. So we love these states, and we've finally been able to figure out how to do it with the Postal Service and still have the bees arrive very, very healthy. I'm looking at our map right here, Chatham, Illinois. Have somebody shopping there. Columbus, Ohio, Georgetown, Kentucky. And we also have someone in Clarksburg, West Virginia, and Berwick, Pennsylvania. And there's folks in New York City too on their shopping right now. Charles City, Virginia, and Conway, South Carolina. Also up in Asheville, and there's 2 people up in Asheville, and a person in Gainesville, Georgia, and 4 in Metro Atlanta shopping right now, and Birmingham, Alabama.
Yeah, my old stomping grounds.
All right. And then we have folks still down in southern Georgia, Albany, and Columbus. And you know what? I have not seen anybody from Florida yet today on the map pop up. So, hey, wake up, Florida. We need.
Could it be that Florida's cut off on your map and you need to zoom out?
I'm zooming in and zooming out.
All right.
So,
okay.
Wake up, everybody in Florida. We love you. All right, Brian. Let's give away. Yes. Our next giveaway is a hat veil combo. And this is an excellent thing to throw on in the off season if you're going out and all you want to do is protect your face, you can go out and get in a hive really quickly and do something quick and then put the top back on and go on about your business. This is not something that you would wear to do a full hive inspection. This is just something to go out very quickly, get something done in the apiary, and then you're back out of it. So that is our next giveaway. And let's do that one here, Bryan, in 5 minutes. Okay.
So make your purchase now if you're interested in this hat veil combo. It could be your name that we draw here in just a moment. And let's see here. We also are going to be giving away more Italian bee packages coming up throughout the show as we go till 2 o'clock this afternoon. So even if the hat veil combo is not what you're looking for, you're still entered to win the Italian bee package that we have. And let's see here. We've got these gloves that Ray was mentioning earlier. Goat skin, right? I got it right this time?
Goat skin.
Goat skin gloves. So those prizes are still out there, as well as a mesh jacket. But that hat veil combo coming up here in just a moment. Make that purchase. MountainSweetHoney.com. And best prices of the year, folks.
And Bryan, at 10:40, let's go ahead and give away our next bee package. Okay.
All right. So I'll try to keep you on track for those giveaways. So about 4 more minutes before we do the hat veil combo, and about 30 minutes before. And tell me one more time what we were doing here at 10:45.
That's giving away a bee package.
A bee package. All right. So we'll be doing that, and we'll let you know which package of bees that is going to be. Thanks to everybody that is checking in today with us in the comments. Lamario, thank you. Austin, we appreciate you being with us today. Mark's made several comments. Brenda just says she couldn't have been happier with the 5 package of bees that she purchased. Shasta's Daisies checking in, saying good morning. We'd love for you to be active there on Facebook and YouTube in the chat. Tell us how your season's gone so far. Are you having good honey production? How are you handling the hot weather? Any tips, anything new that you've discovered that you'd like to pass on? And as always, we talk about questions for Ray. And I know that you've largely dealt with this through the Formic Pro comments earlier, but Mike wants to know what you do for mite treatments.
Okay. What I do, Mike, is right when I harvest my honey is when I also treat for mites. So that would be in the next week here when I pull off my honey supers, and there's going to be an abundance of bees. I'm going to drop, if I'm at 4 supers high, then I'm going to cut it down to 2 and let all the populace of the hive stay there. There will be a lot on the outside. That's good and great. The issue is going to be is there's in a transition. The transition will happen where the winter bees will start coming in August and September. And during that time, the population will start dropping down. So what I have found is do it while you can and you're already in the hive. And I use Formic Pro when I do treat. And that is the best that I can do on that there. Now, Formic Pro has a 90-degree a top limit on treating. So if you're going to do that, you're going to need a couple of days, 3-4 days on doing that treatment of the temperature being under 90 degrees. So I'm going to be looking for 85-degree weather. And at that point, that's when I'm going to use the Formic Pro on that there.
Cool, Mike. Mike, thanks for the question. Ray, I've thrown a QR code up on the screen there for folks just to make it a little bit easier to connect with us today. So you can open up your camera app on your phone, just sort of zoom in on that code in the upper right-hand corner. That will take you right to MountainSweetHoney.com to get started making your purchase here during the 2026 bee season kickoff.
All right, so let's talk a little bit more on the orders here. We got Jonathan Williams from Ardmore, Alabama. He picked up 2 Carniolan bee packages. We have Rhonda from Lagouti, Indiana.
Not familiar with Lagouti.
I have not heard of that either. She got an Italian bee package. We have Peter Harris from Mount Zion, Illinois. He picked up 3 Italian bee packages. We have Glenn Thompson from Medina, Tennessee, and he picked up 2 Caucasian bee packages for one day and then 2 more for another day. So he didn't want to overwork himself in the apiary, and that's a great thing to do, is break it up and have multiple ship dates. We also got an order from Carolyn Monty from Steubenville, Ohio. She picked up an Italian bee package. We have Alexis Montgomery from Albuquerque, New Mexico. She picked up 3 bee packages, Italian bee packages, and a bunch of beekeeping supplies. We appreciate that, Alexis, for your business there. Jordan DeMott from Germantown, Ohio. He picked up 3 Italian bee packages. We have Mitzi Dawson from Cleveland, Georgia. So she's only about 35, 40 minutes from us. And she's
what's the
coming in.
donut shop over in Cleveland? Is it just Cleveland Donuts? You ever been to Cleveland Donuts?
No.
Best donuts around. Next time
Really?
you're in Cleveland, go downtown, look for Cleveland Donuts.
Is it on the square?
Yes, it is. I don't
Okay.
remember which road it is on, but man, I'm telling you, you will not be disappointed.
Okay, folks, we're going to break here and just talk about donuts. Have you been to Danny's Donuts?
I know what you're talking about. They're in Gainesville, Georgia.
Well, they've got multiple locations.
Okay. I've not been to Danny's.
Folks, see if they can ship you some donuts. These donuts from Danny's Donuts put everybody to shame. I don't know. Maybe Cleveland Donuts.
All right. I'll pick up some and bring them into the office.
Yeah, you bring some next time you're up that way.
All right, cool.
All right. Enough with the donuts. Let's get back to the bees. Okay, so we got Mitzi Dawson from Cleveland, Georgia, and Cleveland Donuts.
Mm-hmm.
And there was 2 Italian bee packages she's going to come and pick up. We got Cody Kyle from Mardella Springs, Maryland. He picked up 4 Nuke boxes. So
we did have a question about the nukes.
Yes.
Our friend Lamario, who's been with us all morning, when will they go on sale?
they're on sale right now, Lamario. So get on our website, mountainsweethoney.com/bees, and you'll see it all the way to the bottom is where our nukes are. And those are all marked down too. We're going to be talking about those very shortly. And so just go online or give us a call, 706-886-1322, and someone will take your order and help you out on that there too. We got Jeffrey Fessler from Gainesville, Georgia. He ordered 2 store pickup Italian bees. Joseph Sanchez from Macomb, Michigan. He picked up an Italian bee package.
What percentage of Italians to the other bees do we sell? Is
About 90%.
So 90% go with the Italians,
Yep.
and the Caucasians and Carniolans.
The Caucasians and Carniolans are really hot bees, selling wise.
Mhm.
Even though they're a specialty bee, they're just what I have seen and what I've heard from our customers is once you get into these specialty bees as Carniolans or Caucasians, you really get a fondness for them, and you don't want to go back, is what basically everybody's telling me on that there. We have Scott Albrecht from Utzberg, Wisconsin. He picked up 2 Caucasian bee packages. We've got William Hayes. Well, hold on. Let me pull that one back here. John Pippins from Columbus, Georgia. He purchased an Italian queen bee. So we're still shipping queen bees, folks, all the way to the end of July. So we got roughly 4 or 5 weeks, and then we'll be done with the queens for this 2025 bee season.
I wonder if my old radio station 107.3 WCGQ Columbus is still active. Spent most of the late 80s and early 90s there in Columbus. Had a great time. So good to hear from some friends of Mountain Sweet Honey down there in my old stomping grounds.
All right, so let's do our winner here. Our winner for the Hat Veil combo is Robert Frank.
Robert, good job.
Might be Frankie.
An E on the end.
Yes.
So like a German Frank or
Yes.
Southern Frankie? You tell me, is it Frank or Frankie?
Francie.
CKE.
From
Franco.
From Louisiana. So,
all right. You buried the lead. All pronunciations are out now. Go Tigers.
All right. So Hatvale combo.
Very good. And that was Robert.
Yes.
And Robert, if you want to give us a pronunciation guide to your name, feel free to do so there. That would be helpful.
And that's Bryan at mountainsweethoney.com. And everybody can chime in and let Bryan know. All right. So, Bryan, what do we got here next?
Quick reminder, the Caucasian's on sale for $130. That is good until midnight tonight. Take advantage of that. There's a QR code up there in the upper right-hand corner that you can use to go right to our website. And when you're ready, I'd love for you to tell us about the Caucasians.
Well, let's do this, Bryan. We're due for a break. I got to refill my water here. And let's take a 5-minute break. Is it a 3 or 5?
It is a 5-minute break.
Okay.
And we'll do that here in just a moment.
All right. Listen.
And of course, if you heard the sound of potato chips crunching, that was Ray with his nutrition for the day.
Gotta get the salt. Gotta
yeah,
get the salt.
It is the 2026 bee season kickoff. We're just trying to drum up some enthusiasm for the start of bee season. Now, obviously, the bees aren't delivered until the spring, but by purchasing today, you have the opportunity to lock in the absolute best price that there will be for the bees and get the dates that you want. That's always an issue. Everybody starts coming in late in the spring, and I want this date, only to find out, well, that date has already been reserved for somebody else. So glad you've taken some time here on Buzz TV to hang out with us today. I'm your co-host, Bryan Race, and here's Ray Sivitz, the owner of Mountain Sweet Honey, the sponsor of today's broadcast, and the host of Buzz TV.
Well, thank you, Bryan. Hey, we're looking at some of the various questions that came in over social media, and I wanted to jump into a little side topic here is how do you have a blockbuster honey season and then the next season is even more robust, and then the next year there's hardly any? Most of this season there's been very limited because of one, so much rain and precipitation during the nectar flow. And especially here in the Southeast, we've seen very low production on honey simply because of so much rain that has been seen. One telltale that you will know you'll have a blockbuster year is bone dry heat. That way the bees can fly every day, and it can even rain at night, and the bees will be ready to go the next day because it will be bright and sunny. Those are really good years too, but bone dry heat is by far the very best for honey production. So I hope that answers a couple people's questions I saw on social media here. All right, Bryan, let's go to Caucasians.
All right. Ray's going to break down the traits of one of our favorite bee types.
Okay, so the Caucasians are a fairly new bee that we've been carrying for a couple of years now. They have the longest proboscis. Now, what is that?
What in the world is a proboscis?
That's the tongue. And they can get more into the flower than any other honeybee that's out there. So very, very much more productive they are as a bee. They're also pretty gentle overall. They go into the winter months very hardy. They originated, Bryan, in the Caucasus Mountains in Russia, and their DNA structure is set up for very harsh climates, and they're part of some of the most highest peaks in Europe at 18,000 feet. Now, I will tell you, Bryan, 18,000 feet is really, really high. I went out to Colorado during the winter months, and I was at 11,000 feet, and I found myself getting very, very close to oxygen deprivation.
I went up Pikes Peak once, and I got up there and was very dizzy, and like a moron was driving my car down, and several times thought I was just going to drive off into the clouds because of lack of oxygen.
Well, even sleeping at night, I found myself gasping at times just because of the higher elevation. So these bees are very, very much acclimated for the 18,000 foot levels. So, anybody in the Poconos or up in the Catskills or the Appalachian Mountains, easily these bees would be very adaptable for those heights. And as I stated, because of the long proboscis, they're very productive. Bryan, let's go to the next slide here. Okay, so one of the things that you will see is they have the highest percentage of being able to collect nectar, and they will outperform even during a poor nectar season. They'll still have more production than any other honeybee out there. So it's kind of fail-safe, to be honest with you, the Caucasian honeybees.
Let me ask you about the nectar season this year. What reports have you been getting about the quality of the nectar season? And might this be a case for considering Caucasians?
Well, I don't know if I would. This past season, coast to coast, has been very, very hard for the honeybees and beekeepers. There's just been, and I used to not believe in the climate change that were the scientists were saying about the warming of our planet, but it's beginning to show some of those stories that were um, forecasted years and years ago. We're starting to see that, and for example, if you look at Hurricane Helene, when she came up um, through Florida, the Panhandle of Florida, and up through Georgia, and then really just sat on top of North Carolina, dropping a lot of rain. And these are rains and forces that we've not seen ever before in these areas, and it has really set the bees back. Now, with the Caucasians, they're going to be able to fly in light rain, but will there be nectar there in those florals that they're going to? They're able to fly in the fog. So, you know, it all really comes down to, is there any nectar there? And what I think we're going to see through the USDA is that we were well under the average on honey for this past season. And I think that we're going to see a whipsaw back and forth where we have wet summers and dry summers. And I would almost forecast that we'll probably see a dry summer this coming summer in 2026. Now, one of the things that the Caucasians have that other honeybees don't is they have 10 to 12,000 facets within their eyes. And so they're going to be able to see a lot more of the color bands than what a normal honeybee has, which is between 6 and 9,000 facets.
Okay.
So their spectrum's going to be a lot more wider as a honeybee on that there. Let's go. Yes, thank you. Okay, so the Caucasian honeybee, it has a very strong colony size going into winter. You'll see them being the largest colony size going into winter, and by a couple of pounds of bees. So you're looking at probably somewhere between 7 and 10,000 more bees clustered going into the winter months there. They have low tolerances for swarming and swarm very little. Now, with that said, if you don't give enough space within the hive, they will swarm. So they do have those swarming tendencies, but they're just not going to do it like you would see the other honeybees on that side. So these queens are good-tempered, gentle, calm, and non-aggressive. So that's what you're going to see when the Caucasian honeybees arrive at your home. Okay, bee venom doesn't cause nearby bees to sting simultaneously as a reaction to the apitoxin. Now, what I'm talking about there is you have, let's just say, an Italian honeybee that stings on your glove and leaves that pheromone or apipoxin on there. The other honeybees will denote that and come and sting in that same area. Now, Caucasians, if you have them in your bee yard too, they're not going to pay attention to that. So they work on a different toxin, and so that is the reason why they will not jump on like you will see all the other honeybees.
Okay,
on that there.
That's good to know. Dan's interested in the Caucasians. He says he's in zone 7B. I don't know, is that a bee zone or an agricultural zone or
egg
zone? Okay. He's in the DC area. What do you think? Caucasian, Carniolan, possibly both?
Well, I would open this to Italian or Carniolan, because you're basically at sea level. being there in the Washington, D.C. area. And that's why I rule the Caucasians out, is they're more of an upper elevation type of bee.
All right. Good to know. Thank you for the question. We're certainly grateful to everybody checking us out there on Facebook or YouTube who makes a comment or a question. We encourage you guys to keep those coming in. And as a reminder, Dan says thank you. So good. Thank you for your answer. $130 and you get a Caucasian bee package and the date that you want or the dates that you are interested in. Reach out to us right now. And in fact, what I'll do is I'll put that QR code back up in the upper right-hand corner. You can just focus the camera from your phone onto that. It'll take you right to the website and get you started with that whole process today.
All right. So we have Lance Hatfield. He put in an order in for an overwintered Italian nuke, and he's from Cumming, Georgia. Lots of folks in Cumming today. Now we also have Greg Haverin from Flat Rock, Illinois. He got 10 overwintered bee nukes on that. So thank you for that order, Greg. We also have overwintered Italian nuke from Lance Hatfield in Cumming, Georgia. I think he just had another order just shortly before. So everybody
keep
knows
those
how
orders
to play
coming.
The game.
Yes.
Play the game.
And speaking of that, we're getting close to our 1045 deadline to draw to win a free package of bees. So that's coming up here in a moment.
All right. We have Natalie Zid from Medina, Ohio. She picked up an Italian bee package. And we've got Ron Oates from Hilliard, Ohio, and he picked up 2 Italian bee packages. We have Arthur Cooper from Mars Hill, North Carolina. He picked up an Italian bee package. Thank you. And we have Manuel Martin from Porter, Indiana, 2 Italian bee packages. We have Denton Elliott from Monroe, Georgia. He picked up an overwintered nuke. And we have, let's see here, Jay Powell from Arlington, Virginia.
Jay Powell from Arlington, Virginia.
Yeah.
Isn't he the Fed chairman?
I think it's John.
We're gonna look that up, but I still want my rates lowered. So if you're listening, I need my rates lowered.
All right.
Sorry, okay. I didn't mean to sidetrack you there.
Yeah, here we
go. Just when you said Arlington, Virginia, I'm thinking that could be where the Fed chairman lives.
It could be. It's just the initial J. So
it's not Jerome.
It could be. It's just the letter J, Powell.
Okay. I'm thinking Jerome now.
J. Powell. Jerome Powell.
My apologies, folks.
All right.
My apologies.
You got me off.
Yep.
Okay. Well, anyhow, Jay Powell, he picked up an Italian bee package and a Carniolan bee package. So we appreciate your business, Mr. Fed, Chairman. All right. And Deneen Kallstrom from Mahopac, New York. She picked up a Carniolan bee package.
Speaking of the, this is actually the Caucasians. On your screen, you can see Alexis has already made an order where she bought some Italians, but I guess after hearing you speak on the Caucasians, she'd like to do a little change order. What's the process for her to do that?
Okay, Alexis, what we would ask you to do is just wait until Tuesday of next week, because all these orders pile in and we've got to go through them and sort them. And then we'll do a free of charge change order for you on Tuesday. So just give us a call on Tuesday and we'll do that for you.
Cool. Thank you so much. Right. And I've put that phone number there at the bottom of the screen for you, Alexis.
You know, speaking of popular people, do you recall some of the popular people that buy bees from us?
I knew at one time the TV mogul Ted Turner had done some bees.
Yes.
And you might be a redneck if you remember Jeff Foxworthy.
Yep.
So I remembered him.
Yep.
And as much as you talk about Dolly Parton, did she ever buy any bees from us?
She's gotten close.
All right. Gotten close. Okay. All right. Take your word for that.
All right. And let's see here. Okay, here's our winner. Let's see here. Ron Grapes.
And which package did you want to give away? I know we're doing a bee package. Which type of bees did you want to do?
This would be a Carniolan.
All right. So the winner of the Carniolans
is Ron Grapes from Stoutland, Missouri. So
yeah, very good.
So Ron, congratulations there. Let me send this over to Nikki. Nikki, we're missing you
where
here
is
today.
Nikki today? I've seen several people in the chat wanting to know where Nikki is. What's the deal?
Nikki's helping out with orders, and she's trying to make sure that we get everything right on orders today, and we're a little short-handed, so she's there helping. She will be back here on Buzz TV. Do not give up on Nikki. She wants to be back, and I want her to be back too. And
well, I know she's been teasing the Women in Beekeeping series, and several people have questioned or asked questions about when that's going to be a feature on the live stream.
Our next show in July, she will be back, and that's all a good thing right there. Now, Bryan, go ahead and tell about our giveaway so I can send this over to Nikki here. All right.
All right. So a quick reminder that every purchase that you're making today counts as an entry towards winning in one of our contests. We still have lots of packages of bees to be given away, beekeeping supplies. So several people have figured out how to game the system by buying one item at a time. If that's what it takes, that's fine, because we're just grateful to have your business. The specials on the bees, though, that expires tonight at midnight. These incredible prices, they only are going to be in effect for a handful of hours, a little over 12, 13 hours before that all goes bye-bye. There in the upper right-hand corner is the QR code that you can use to go right to our website to place your order, whether it's beekeeping supplies or you want to go ahead and get one of these bee packages with the date that's best for you. Thanks to everybody that is supporting Mountain Sweet Honey. We're grateful for your business. We're here to serve, and let us know how we may do just that.
All right, so let's get back to some of our orders because I'm running behind and they are piling in. Austin Elsick from Victoria, Texas. He bought an Italian bee package. We have Erica Finch from Westchester, Ohio. She picked up an Italian bee package. Thank you. And we have 2 Caucasian bee packages going out to Tony Bird in Epworth, Georgia. So thank you, Tony, for your order there. Let's see here. Then we have John Shortall from North Platte, Nebraska. He picked up an Italian bee package. Then we have Hannah Dean from North Tonawanda, New York.
Good on you.
Yeah,
but you live there, right?
Yeah.
Say that one more time. It just rolled.
Tonawanda.
Okay. What Indian tribe does that? Is that the Oneida tribe?
That's too deep. We're moving on. All right. Let's see here. We have Lauren Duck from Ardmore, Oklahoma. Lauren picked up an Italian bee package. And then we have Frank Peacock from Venice, Florida. All right.
There we go.
There's our Florida person.
Right.
4 Italian bee packages. Thank you. And we have Dean Smith from Canton, North Carolina.
Dean's been on before because I remember making some college basketball comments about Dean.
They are frequent flyers. And,
cool.
And we appreciate you, Dean. He was right in Hurricane Helene's pathway, but he wasn't involved in it. He was up on a mountainside. And it's beyond crazy what happened in Canton, North Carolina. I mean, bridges just blown away with so much flow of water that was coming through.
Well, you and I went up there and carried some replacement hives to various folks that were impacted. And it was wild to see the devastation, but really cool to see the Mountain Sweet Honey family make some contributions, bid on some handcrafted, hand-painted hives to provide the funds to do all of this.
Do you remember the gal that we were delivering to, that they were basically on an island and they were flooded all around, and they couldn't get out for several days because the streams washed out bridges or piled a lot of debris on the bridges.
I don't remember her name, but I
Yeah.
remember the conversation
Yeah.
that we were having with
I don't
her.
remember the name either right off the top of my head, but it was just crazy stories like
Mhm.
that. Crazy stories. All right. So we got Dean Smith, one Italian bee package. We have Vladimir from Albrightsville, Pennsylvania. He picked up a bunch of beekeeping supplies, and he chose to go with not only Formic Pro, but also Apivar. Now, Apivar also works with the new strain of virus that's out, but doesn't have the 90-degree top number for treating your bees. So Apivar is a good product to use if you don't want to go with Formic Pro because of temperature issues. All right, we've got Craig Coulter from Hayesville, North Carolina. He's having us ship him some bees, an Italian bee package. We have Steve Turner from Atlanta. He picked up 2 overwintered nukes.
We have another Steve that is jumping in here with a question that you may have already answered, but we'll throw it out again. Can a Caucasian and an Italian hive exist in a small apiary without any issues?
Okay, Steve, what I would tell you to do is, one, yes, you can do that. You can put 3 or 4 different varieties of bees right on the same hive stand. What you want to do, though, is you want to have at least 6 inches between the hives, and they'll do fine. Absolutely no problem at all on that there. You won't have a whole lot of problems, but you can go Italian, Carniolan, and Caucasian side by side, and not a problem at all. All right, back to Angela Beatty from Madisonville, Tennessee. She's picking up 2 overwintered nukes. We've got William Goss down at Flowery Branch, Georgia, not too far away, about an hour away. He's picking up 10 overwintered nukes.
The Atlanta Falcons have their training facility in Flowery Branch.
Absolutely. Yep, you're right. Let's see here. Next order, Christopher Sharis from East Northport, New York. He picked up 1 Italian bee package. We've got John from Franklin, New Jersey. He's picking up a Carniolan bee package and some beekeeping supplies. And we got Cassandra Walker from Charles City, Virginia. She's picking up 2 Italian bee packages. All right, Brian, what do you got next on the slides here for us?
All right, let's get all of this pulled back up here real quick. And we've talked about the Caucasians, the excellent price, and we still have this hat veil combo that we'll be giving away at some point. So if you're interested in that, make a purchase today at mountainsweethoney.com to be entered. We're giving away more packages of bees, and just grateful to everybody that's a part of the live stream today. Let us know where you're watching, what you're doing, how your hive is, what the temperature's been hitting in your neck of the woods. Feel free to jump on Facebook, YouTube, and share some information there. We'll be glad to give you guys a shout out. Bee gloves still in the queue to be given away, and this great mesh jacket. I love it just because of all the pockets, place for your hive tool, your phone, easy access there. And Ray will tell us more about the mesh jacket a little bit in a little bit. We have had a lot of questions, Ray, about these nukes, and maybe it's time to go through the nukes and give us some information to decide if this might be the route to go instead of a package of bees.
All right, so let's talk a little bit about the Italian overwintered nuke. First of all, let's keep this in mind. We do not ship nukes. So if you do want an overwintered or a seasonal nuke, and I'll go through what is what on those two in just a moment, but you'll have to come to Toccoa, Georgia, and pick those up. Now, these are early nukes on the overwintered. They come in the last Thursday or Friday of February, and also the first weekend in March. So those are the two overwintered dates that we have. And this year we're adding a couple more hundred to our stock so that we can meet the demand that's out there. This year, Bryan, between everything, I think we're going to be somewhere around just a little south of 1,500 nukes that will be going out this coming season. So lots of nukes and lots of bees. Let's talk about the traits and what you can expect out of an Italian overwintered nuke. All right. First of all,
and again, just explain nuke to a new newbie here. That's a term.
Why do we call it a nuke?
That's it. That's the question.
Not a nuck, but a nuke. It's a nucleus of a hive, which means it is a cluster of bees that's ready in the hive. And what this is this is a premium way of getting started on your hive of bees. One is that they get started about somewhere right around about August, and they are grown for seven to 8 months. And that way we're able to check these new queens, make sure that the queens are very productive. And I'll go through what we look for in that when we're monitoring them through the 7 to 8 months that we're having them in the apiaries. The thing that we look for the queens is the egg laying patterns. We don't want to see any misses on cells. We want to see that every cell is filled and that the queen is doing good on her laying skills. The second one is the temperament. What is the queen's temperament? Is it mild or is it hateful? For those that want to know what hateful is, if you can get near the hive, they're all over you. That is a really hateful kind of hive. And I'll tell you a quick story on that is I had a good friend that wanted to sell me his bees, and he was moving and wasn't able to take them with him. And so he sold me this a hive that was 7 supers high. And he looked at me and he says, "It's full, Ray, of bees from top to bottom." And I said, "Oh, really?" And his name was Alan. And Alan told me, he goes, "Look, I can't even get out of my mobile home that's beside these before they're all over me." So to make a long story short, I go out there and sure enough, I get within 20 feet and these bees are all over me. And I walk the other way and they stayed on me for about a quarter of a mile, and they were trying to sting too. So it wasn't get lost. It's, hey, we want to attack you on that. And these are not Africanized either. You'll soon see. So I go back the next day. This time I have a double suit on because they were stinging through my full suit when I was out there. And I brought a big smoker with me. And I said, I'm going to conquer these guys. Well, they sent me back home empty-handed again. They were all over me. They were stinging my gloves and my ankles that were exposed. And so I called a good friend, Bob Benny, and I said, "Bob, I think I got Africanized bees that I'm trying to buy." And he kind of snickered and he said, "Look, what you got to do is move them at night." And so I did. I moved them at night. And he goes, "Once you get them," I was taking them about 15 miles away. And he says, "Get them settled. Don't mess with them the next day. Go out the second day and go ahead and do your splits." Well, I was able to do 15 hives of splits with this hive of bees. And so I was all happy about that and got into them that day to do the splits. And they were just as peaceful could ever be. They allowed me to split all through that hive to 15 different hives. And so with that said, temperament can change if you move your bees. Now, if they would have been aggravating when I got them to the new bee yard or apiary, then I would have had to requeen. And basically what you do is you just squeeze that queen masher and let a little time go by. What I would do is go maybe a half hour, and then I would come back and smoke them really heavy. And that way it erases the queen's pheromone within the frames of the hive and within the hive itself and the bees. And then put the new queen in and walk away. Come back in 3 days, see if she has been released. If not, release her and you're good to go. That method has proved itself tried and true. I know a lot of people say put a piece of newspaper between the upper and lower super and let the queen integrate that way. The best way that I found and what most commercial beekeepers do is smoking, and smoke them really heavy with your hive smoker. Okay, so the temperament of the hive is important. You have, as a beekeeper, very limited risk of any queen issues with an overwintered nuke. So that's what really makes the overwintered nuke such a premium on that there. Let's go. There we go. What do you receive when you get your bees? It will be in a Pro Nuke box, so it's a very sturdy container. It's reusable. So if you want to make nukes, there's a great place to start is using a Pro Nuke box. All right. Within the Pro Nuke box, you're going to have 5 frames of brood or honey. And the breakout would be 4 frames of brood and 1 frame of honey. The everyday price on this is $225. Today's price, $175, folks. That's a $50 savings. Get it today while you can. And Bryan, do we have another slide here?
Let's check and see.
No, we don't.
I was
not
gonna
on this.
All right. I was gonna mention though, that's only good till midnight tonight.
Yes.
So if you want to save the $50 on the overwintered nuke, do it right now. And the best thing to do is to use this QR code that we have for you. We're throwing that up on the screen in the upper right-hand corner. Of course, you can go to mountainsweethoney.com or give us a call, 706-886-1322. And we did have a question here, Ray, about the nukes, and I wanted to give me a second to navigate back towards that here. And I believe it's right here. Maybe this is what you were going to address next. Do we have Caucasian nukes?
Steve, at this time, we do not sell Caucasian nukes. Okay. We are looking at offering Carniolan nukes this coming season, but we're just not there yet to be able to roll it out. But it's a pretty good possibility of having Carniolan nukes for the 2026 season.
Thank you, Steve, for that question. We got a comment from Joseph. He says, hello from Michigan. I ordered my Italians yesterday. This is my very first season as a beekeeper. And I just want to say you've got great information. That's why we're doing Buzz TV. And your staff is awesome over the phone. So a little kudos to the staff. And we love it when people brag on the customer service.
Thank you again very much, Joseph. We appreciate you and your business, your beekeeping business there. All right. So, okay, Bryan. Okay. All right. Let's do this. Let's go to some orders and then we'll come back to the Italian seasonal nuke on that there.
So a little tease for you of what's still to come here on the program.
All right. We got Remus Moore from Charleston, Tennessee. I didn't know there was a Charleston, Tennessee.
You know, much like Columbus or Centerville, there's probably one in just about every state.
All right. Remus is picking up an Italian bee package. And next order here, we have Donald from Cleveland, Georgia. This is another Cleveland, Georgia order. Store pickup of an Italian bee package. And it looks like Amazon's delivering to my house right now. Okay.
Pull up the Ring doorbell and see if we have a porch pirate.
All right. We have Mike Piazza.
No.
From Spicewood, Texas.
Okay.
I don't think that's
not the catcher from the Mets and the Dodgers.
Yeah, the Dodgers is what I remember him from. But he picked up three different. He picked up one Italian bee package, one Caucasian bee package, and a Carniolan bee package. And he's got 2 or 3 ship dates there. So thank you, Mike.
Nice.
He's testing the waters out.
Okay.
He's seeing what bee does best there in Spicewood. So
is that an approach that you would suggest maybe for somebody who's got a couple of seasons under their belt?
I would really recommend everybody to have A, B, and C, and one being Italians, one being Carniolans, and one being Caucasians. And you'll see the different traits that are between those different bees. And what it does is it broadens your perspective a whole lot of understanding what the Italians do versus the Caucasians, and the Caucasians versus the Carniolans. So you'll learn more from doing that than any book that is put out. You'll really learn a lot on the job training right there. All right. So we have Jeff No from Jefferson City, Tennessee. He picked up an Italian bee package. We have Chad from Waldo, Wisconsin. He picked up an Italian bee package. We have Jay from Westport, Connecticut. He picked up a Carniolan bee package. And then we got Robert Poppenhagen from Gilbert, South Carolina. He picked up an Italian bee package.
You may have mentioned Mike earlier, but he chimed in on the chat. Loves our Caucasian bees. He's ordering 2 more packages for 2026 and 4 queens at the end of the month. He says, great workers and so gentle. Glad that you connected with us, Mike. And he also gave a shout out to your friend Bob Binney a few minutes ago. You mentioned Bob.
Yep.
He said one of the nicest, most knowledgeable beekeepers that he's ever met. So, Mike, thank you for those positive words today.
Well, talking about Bob, I wouldn't be where I'm at today, Bryan, if it wasn't for Bob Binney. When I got started into beekeeping 14 years ago, Bob was my go-to guy. And not only that, but we had a banking relationship. I was in banking at that time, and he was one of my clients. And Bob and I got to know each other very, very well. And eventually, this business far outshined what I was doing in banking, and decided to leave banking. 12 years ago or so. Let's go back to the orders here. Alexis Montgomery from Albuquerque, New Mexico. She picked up a Caucasian bee package. And there's some tall mountains out there in the northern part of New Mexico, Bryan.
I've only been through New Mexico, never spent the night there.
I've flown over a bunch of times. It's pretty dry.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't have irrigation, there isn't much to do out there. So, all right, she picked up a Caucasian bee package. We have Alan Purser from Jamestown, North Carolina. He picked up an Italian bee package. And we'll round this off on this one here, Bryan. Kyle McAtee from Georgetown, Connecticut. He picked up an Italian bee package. All right.
I do want to throw up a comment here from Dinah. She got her packages in the spring, was so pleased. She said, after being hesitant to order, I could not have been happier with my purchase. The queens from both of the packages went to work right away, and now I've got 2 very strong colonies. I'd love to know why you were hesitant to order, because there might be somebody else watching the live stream right now that has some questions, and that's why we're doing the live stream, to help answer those. But if you have concerns, reach out to us. Use that phone number there at the bottom of the screen. Our trained customer service team, they're very helpful, very responsive. They've probably heard it all before. And if you've got a concern, a question about, should I order bees that are sent through the mail, they can assuage those types of fears with some hard facts and data that will be of great help to you.
One of the hesitations that folks have, Bryan, is ordering their bees online. a couple of things that I'd like to just bring to everybody's attention is one, we use the U.S. Postal Service, and we use expedited service because of the volume that we ship. I think somewhere around 18 to 20,000 packages this past season, with a failure rate of under 2%. So when you look at all the packages that we sent out, less than 2% had some abnormality to them. We also insure our bees. So if you order your bees and something bad happens on the way, then we have insurance that covers those purchases, and that is free of charge when you order your bees from us. And just talking a little bit about the Postal Service, this past season, we were able to expand a little bit into those 3 additional states, which is Minnesota, Kansas, and Nebraska. Those 3, and everything went without any problems to those 3 states. So we appreciate the Postal Service and the expedited service that they're offering my company, and of course you as my customers. What we're seeing is about 2-day savings on shipping. When we ship bees, let's just say all the way out to Nebraska, it will show up 2 days earlier because we're bypassing several stops along the way, and every stop costs a day. Most of the mail is transferred at night, which is great. I love that. But that also means that every stop, it adds a day. And so we've eliminated a lot of those stops with working with the Postal Service, and they have expedited service for us and have done a good job year in and year out. Obviously, we would love 100%, but there's sometimes when a truck breaks down or something like that, bad things do happen, and we do understand that, and that's why we insure every package so that every customer is covered in the event of any kind of peril on the way.
That's good to know.
All right. Any other questions, Bryan?
Not right now.
Okay.
So we'll go in whatever direction you wish to go.
Let's go to the seasonal nuke next.
All right. The Italian seasonal nuke.
All right. So when we're looking at the Italian seasonal nuke, there's a couple of things that we want to bring to your attention. Is these are not overwintered where we have them for 7 to 8 months. These are about 90 days that we grow them out, and they have a new queen. The queen is monitored for 90 days. Now, during that 90-day period, we're looking at the temperament, the laying pattern of the queen, and brood production. All right. So those are the 3 benchmarks that we look at when we're using or selling a seasonal nuke. Let's go to the next slide, Bryan. All right. So when you get a nuke from us, it comes with 5 frames. You know, there's other companies out there that will sell you a 3 frame, but a 5 frame gives you a lot more brood, as we're giving you 4 frames of brood and 1 frame of honey stores. Those honey stores are really important with any nuke, and so that the bees can feed during the transport process on that there. Now, we do sell it with a Pro Nuke container, so they're all in there and are situated that they're not going to be rumbled all over on the way home. So the normal price on this is $178. Today's special price is $150. That's a savings of $28, and that is our Italian seasonal nuke. We have just 1 date that we're offering these seasonal nukes, and I believe that's the first week of April. Don't shoot me if I'm wrong, but the first weekend of April is typically when we have these available.
Quick question for you. What is the difference between the seasonal and the overwintered, and who should consider which option?
Okay, so the overwintered is a 7 to 8 month grow period, where the seasonal is a 90-day period. So there's a lot of difference in time between those. And so an overwintered is the most premium, best way to go in starting in beekeeping. The seasonal nuke is not far behind. It's just not as much time to look at those benchmarks of having a quality queen.
Okay, that's helpful to know.
All right, I have an SOS here, Bryan, that I got to reply to.
Sure,
And
sure. So
let's go ahead and take a 5-minute break here.
all right. So thank you again, guys, for tuning in to our live stream today. Make sure again that you are taking advantage of all of these savings. And folks, we are going to be right back. Thanks for hanging with us today. All right, we are back on Buzz TV. Bryan Race along with Ray Sivitz. So thrilled to have you joining us. This live stream, I guess, would be. I added a picture of us to the screen here. So let's see. My mastery of the technology one of these days will be on par. I guess, Ray, you got your little SOS situation resolved. So I'm glad to hear that. And I quickly wanted to mention, let me do this here real quick, that we do have a 5-frame Nuke box that we'll be doing a drawing for here before the end of the program.
Unassembled.
So, unassembled, so that we can easily get it to you. So in addition to all of the other prizes that we have, get ready for that. So just wanted to highlight that. We appreciate you tuning in, as we mentioned, mountainsweethoney.com or 706-886-1322, the best way to get in touch and take advantage of the best savings of the year here from Buzz TV.
You know, Brian, I'm looking at our map here, and folks that are online shopping right now, we do ship to Arizona. Phoenix is on there with 2 different people. It's what, 8:30 almost in the morning out there, Brian?
Yep, that sounds about right.
Excuse me. We've got Albuquerque, New Mexico. We've got Boise, Idaho. We have Minneapolis, a couple of people there online. 4 people in Chicago online. St. Charles, Missouri. No, I don't know. They just went off there. So they're done shopping. Cincinnati, Ohio. We've got someone up in Montreal online trying to get some things from us. Catskill, New York, a couple of people. Boston, nobody in New York, Brian. That's odd.
Very, very rare, since that's one of our more popular areas.
Yeah. Boiling Springs, Pennsylvania, Washington, D.C. We also got Charles City, Virginia. Atlantic Beach, North Carolina. Man, I would love to be at Atlantic Beach right now.
I have vacationed there in the past and absolutely love it.
Yeah. Good place. Maybe I'll do a bee delivery, a pre-bee delivery. No, I'll just go there for vacation.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see. Atlanta, 4 people online buying bees right now. Columbus, Georgia. Birmingham, Alabama. New Orleans.
You could vacation in New Orleans as well as Atlantic Beach.
And Camden, Arkansas. So there's just a few places, folks. We appreciate everybody tuning in today, and most of all, just putting a few dollars into buying bees at a great price today. Italian bees are $125, guaranteed best price for the whole 2026 season. There is no way that you'll be able to find these bees at this price anytime in the 2026 calendar. We also have, for $130 per package, Carniolan and Caucasian bee packages, $130 each. Nowhere will you find that kind of price on bees when it comes into the season. So this is our one-day sale. Come on, come all. We're ready. Online is red hot right now. The phone lines, I haven't heard from Nikki, so that tells me she's busy with her team. They're at our office.
Answering the calls, answering your questions. And this might be a good time just to talk about what a package of bees is. I know as a new beekeeper, first getting started, hanging out with you, we've been friends for a long time, but you would talk about a package of bees, and in my mind could not even wrap itself around, okay, I know what an Amazon package is. How are you shipping? Is this like the old sea monkeys in the back of the comic books that you would order, and you'd pour the water on the sea monkeys and they'd, come to life? You remember those in the back of the seahorses or the sea monkeys?
I forgot all about them until you have jarred that memory.
All right. So we're not watering a package of bees and they're coming to life. Tell us what a package is.
Well, let's kind of start from the beginning of how a package is rendered. What happens is a blank box, screen box, goes out into the apiary, and we get into hive number 1, and we go right to the brood frames. The brood frames are where all the young bees are. And we'll shake those into a funnel, and then they'll go right into the screen, the wood screen box. And that's normally about 1.5 pounds of bees. And then you go to the second hive, and you will shake off the same brood frames, and those will go in. It takes anywhere from 2 to 2.25 hives to shake bees into. And then there's a temporary cap that's put on, and it's put onto the truck, and then it is brought into the distribution center. The distribution center is where the queen in their cage will be put in and stapled to the top. Then a can of sugar syrup or corn syrup will be put in, and that will be the feed for the bees for the next 8 to 9 days. And that bee feed will be there probably maximum's 9 days to feed 10,000 bees. That's how many bees 3 pounds is. Now, we like to put in about 3.1 to 3.2 pounds because there can be some die-off because, for example, when you're shaking a brood frame, we can't do a census on every bee. There might be some older bees that are just at the wrong place at the wrong time, and they get shook into the package. So those will probably die off fairly quickly because they're about to age out. So at that point, a piece of Luan is stapled over top of the watering can that is there for the bees to drink on for the next 8 to 9 days. Then we truck those into our Toccoa facility, and we prep the bees. And we have a magic way of prepping that I can't tell it. It's kind of like the recipe for Colonel Sanders chicken.
Secret recipe.
Okay. But we prep the bees, and then we label, we'll put your shipping label on them, and we'll crate them. And it takes about 20 people to do roughly 2,000 packages in about 2 to 3 hours. And so you have, that is the process. And if you were to shake your bees down and let it just drop like on this table right here, you'll see that there's roughly 3 inches of bees as they've just been knocked down to the bottom. And that is 3 pounds. 3 inches equal 3 pounds. And that is how we magically figure out if we've got 2 pounds, it's going to be under 3 inches. And if it's over 3 inches, it's going to look a lot different. So that is how we do the quality control process from the hive to when it gets to our warehouse and gets all the magic done to come out to each of our customers. And to kind of go a little further on that, we have the post office there the next morning early to scan them all in, and then the trucks start coming in. And I think, Bryan, we had somewhere between 35 and 40 semi trucks that we sent out this year. And that's a bunch of bees, folks, a lot of bees. And so from that point, everybody from Washington, D.C. to the local hubs are watching for our bees and making sure that nothing goes awry. And, you know, that's what we are able to get because of the volume that we use with the Postal Service. So again, we give a shout out to the U.S. Postal Service for the job that they've done. I'll tell you, folks, they have told me at times, we're going to send special trucks because we don't want your bees going through this facility because we have issues within that facility. And that has been a big time step change from, say, 10 years ago where they would go in and set at a facility that has processing problems and just sit there until they died. Now they're rerouting them around those various hubs to make sure that they are never in danger.
Didn't you tell me once that you've spent some time in DC, maybe with a head postmaster or somebody very high up in the Postal Service to sort of work these logistical issues out? Didn't you, or don't you have a contact that sort of makes this possible?
Yes, we have a guy in Washington D.C. Who is at the director level, and he makes sure that we're successful within the U.S. Postal Service, and so he has championed us. I think now it's probably 8 or 9 years that Nathan has helped us out in making sure that all hands are on deck whenever our bees arrive at any hub center within the U.S. here. So I want to say, Nathan, if you're watching, thank you. And thank you for the job that you've done for us for this season.
Yeah, just a little behind the scenes of how we got to the position of being the nation's #1 shipper of packaged bees. There's a lot of logistics, as I mentioned, that goes in behind the scenes. And it's good to know that that's all in place so that all you have to worry about is not much, because your bees are going to safely make it right there to your local post office for you to pick up and then install into your hive.
Well, one of the things that makes us successful is we get the job done at the end of the day. Bees arrive, they're healthy. And again, just go on Google reviews and you'll see report after report. The bees looked fine. Customer service is incredible. A couple things that you'll see with us for those that are contemplating and watching us online to do business with us is after you place your order, you'll get a phone call from us within 2 to 3 days, depending if a weekend is there, thanking you for your order and just making sure that you understand everything that you've ordered and when it's coming. For example, you might order a beehive and then also order the bees to go in it, knowing we want you to know that those bees will not be shipped out until bee season, but we're going to ship your hive out the next day to make sure that you have plenty of time to paint it and get it prepped and ready for your bees come bee season.
Cool. I feel like we need to give something away.
Okay.
I think it's been a handful of minutes since we've done that.
All right.
I'll let you choose what it is you want to give away. I know we still have those goat skin gloves out there that we've not given away, several more packages of bees, but what would you like to give away next?
We're going to give away, let's see here. Let's give away the jacket.
Okay, so this is going to be the really nice jacket, the mesh jacket
with veil.
And of course, you can let us know the size that you need. So when we make contact with you, give us what size you need, and our team will send that over to you. Ray's in the midst of selecting someone here. So who do we have as our winner?
I have Eric Sarlati from Elgin, Texas, and he won the mesh jacket.
Very good.
And Eric, we appreciate your business. He bought 5 Italian bee packages on our first ship date. So thank you, Eric, for your business, and a mesh jacket. We'll touch base with you on Tuesday and see when and where you want that.
There are still plenty of giveaways to come. If you're just now tuning in to Buzz TV, the way that you're entered into our contest is by making any purchase over at mountainsweethoney.com. Of course, we have a great sale going on with packaged bees today and Nuke colonies. You can keep watching right here to learn about those deals, or go on over to the website. Make that purchase, though, before we go off the air at 2:00, so that you'll be eligible for the next handful of drawings that we have. And it is the 2026 bee season kickoff. And let's see what we've got next here. Of course, we're talking about how to win these packages.
Brian, right now, folks on the East Coast are getting ready to go on lunch break. It's 11:35, and we want to welcome everybody to the show here. Brian, go on ahead and tell everybody about what we got going on here.
So as you can see up on the screen, your purchase is what gets you qualified. If you need to make a purchase today, use that QR code there on the screen. I'll let that linger here for just a moment. Open up the camera app, let it zoom in on the QR code, and then just click the little yellow hyperlink that shows up, and that will take you right to mountainsweethoney.com. So give you one more second to lock that in. And the reason to purchase today is we are offering the best prices of the season, and we're giving you a great cancellation policy. If you're not sure you're going to need bees for 2026, go ahead and get them today. And then as you look at your apiary, how it handled the winter, whether or not you need the bees that you ordered, you can either have the bees continue on to you or pick up the phone before February 1 and let us know, okay, I don't need the bees. We'll give you a refund on that cancellation. So it's a great opportunity, really the best opportunity that you're going to have. We do have amazing prices and deals for Black Friday and Cyber Monday, but they won't be as good as what you're experiencing until midnight tonight. So please take advantage of that. And one of our biggest deals is on Italian. So I'm going to turn it back over to Ray to let us learn a little bit about these very friendly, gentle bees.
All right. The Italian bee packages today only is $125. That is a big time savings. We predict that our sale price on the Italian bee packages when it hits full season is going to be somewhere right around $170 to $175. So you're looking at about a $50 savings versus prime time during bee season 2026. All right. So Bryan, let's go to the next slide here. All right. So when we're talking about Italian honeybee strengths, they show a strong disposition to breeding really early in the season. Okay. They're going to be your first honeybee when maple pollen starts coming into the hive. That's going to kick that Italian queen into full gear, and she's going to be laying like there's no tomorrow. So one of the things that you have to watch is, especially getting into the early spring months, is that she'll outpace the space within the hive. So you got to start doing your hive inspections once you see the maple coming out in bloom around your apiary on that. Okay, they're extremely clean bees. They keep house very, very well. You'll find that, as most beekeepers that have Italian bees, a beautiful aroma within the hive too. There's very little propolis that they will bring in Italian honeybees, but they do bring in enough to solder together, for example, your frames within the super. They will weld those with the propolis. Now, those that are not familiar with what propolis is, that is sap from trees. And basically it dries out and becomes very, very much like Gorilla Glue. And so you're gonna find that it's going to be very, very hard to pop during the colder months, but it gets really gooey during the summer and spring months. So you'll actually see it like bubble gum pulling away, and you'll see like a little string of propolis that's being pulled between that frame and when you're pulling it out of the super itself. They are excellent foragers. They will fly up to 2 miles away, but most of the time you're going to see your honeybees within a quarter mile max on that there. They are superb comb builders, but here's what you got to do as a beekeeper. You got to feed your bees. They need to comb out honeycomb throughout the new supers and new frames that you're putting in. They've got to do that. And the only way that they can do that through their wax glands is with 1-to-1 sugar water. If you use any other variant, it will not work in helping them and their wax glands produce the wax that they need to make the honeycomb. So if you got a slow moving hive, put some sugar water on it 1-to-1 and feed them 24/7, 7 days a week. And they will do very, very well for you on that there. Okay. So, especially the first season, of new comb that you have, they'll use a brilliant white capping that's on it. And that is a premium, wax that you can sell for much more than the deep yellow or light yellow, cappings that you'll have later down the road. So, definitely you want to be on the lookout for that, especially when you're doing your honey processing. Okay. So these honeybees, will be looking for nectar flow, and they will fly. For example, a tree, a poplar tree, might only give nectar out 3 hours during the day. So they'll be going back and forth to that nectar source. Then when that starts to dry up, they're going to go to another nectar source, and that might only be a 10-minute flow. So that's why you see various bees going in and out, going different directions, is the nectar flows, and they're changing every half hour. You're going to see a different direction of the bees there. Now, they're not going to fly in overcast weather. They're not going to fly during rainy weather or foggy weather. These honeybees will want to be inside and just chilling until it's time for them to fly on a sunny day. They are extremely gentle. They are the most gentlest of honeybees that I have found is the Italians. If you drop a frame, they'll look at you and say, really, did you just drop the frame that I was on? And can't you do better? And so, by far, the Italian honeybees is what I recommend for all new beekeepers, for your first and second year. After your second year, look at some other honeybees, see what the traits are, get your hands on them, see what they will and will not do. All right. So again, the sale price is $125 Italian bee package, and it goes through midnight tonight.
Now, Joseph does have a question here about Italians. He's got an Italian queen, says that she's mated but not laying eggs. The colony is producing plenty of honey. It's small, though. What do you suggest I do to produce brood?
Okay.
So what's your answer?
Well, Joseph, what I would suggest, first of all, is if she's not laying eggs, you need to get another queen. That's got to happen really quickly, because that 45-day life cycle that your colony has right now is going to take a nosedive really, really quick. So give us a call, 706-886-1322, or go online, mountainsweethoney.com/bees, and put an order in. I know we're still taking orders for next week, so you can get it in as early as next week. And by the way, on queens, we ship those next day air through UPS. It's a $45 flat fee. Whether you order 1 or 10, it's all just $45.
Dinah had checked in with us earlier and was talking about hesitation buying bees, and she clarifies that it wasn't a hesitation with Mountain Sweet Honey, but just with her local post office, worried about how they would handle the situation. That's good to know, Dinah. But Ray, would you have any advice for people that are worried that their local post office might be a cause for concern?
Well, what I would suggest, and this has been an evolving issue with the Postal Service over the last, I think 3 years now, is local beekeepers have to come to the local post office to pick up their bees. And the reason why that was done is Amazon and all the other shippers that are sending packages through the Postal Service, the couriers, some of them are really remote, where if they go out on a run, they won't be back until the end of the day. So they just stuff their cars full of packages, and that includes the bee package. And all these packages got around our package and a package of bees, and it basically overheats them. So about 3 years ago, the Postal Service said, hey, look, let's do this. And what it was, have beekeepers come to the post office and pick them up. And they sit in air conditioning, so it's a good thing. Occasionally, you'll have post offices that put them outside. Um, they get in trouble for that through Washington if they do that. But that's how it happens. Now, how you head this off with your postal service is when you get a shipping confirmation from us, pick up the phone, call your local post office, and tell them, hey, look, I got bees on the way. And they will put all hands on deck and call you the minute they come in. I've had customers say, hey, I got a phone call on Sunday morning at 5 a.m. that my bees are in. Or I've had phone calls at 11 p.m. at night telling my bees are in. And in a lot of post offices, there's always somebody in the back, and that's where they take advantage of it. Now, the more rural post offices that only have maybe one or two employees at that location, that's a whole different story. And they're there through Saturday noon and don't come back in until Monday morning. So there is a gap of time on that, but overall speaking, that eliminates that problem with the postal service.
Okay, that's good to know. Dwayne, you were mentioning a few minutes ago sometimes how propolis can act like Gorilla Glue. He's got a sticky situation involving two frames that are stuck together through comb. And what can you do if you've got frames that are stuck together? Any thoughts on Dwayne's question?
All right. So this kind of goes back of getting into the hive every 10 days to 2 weeks, just doing an inspection. With two frames that have come together on them, it gets a little messy, Dwayne. And what you'd have to do is you'd have to either cut it down the center, and it all depends on how the comb is, but I'm taking that the frames were so close together that they combed both sides. You'll have to split that comb going one way or the other is really the only choice that you have on it. If you try to do it down the middle, then the bees will not salvage either side of it. So very, very important to nip that in the bud really quick in a every 10-day to 2-week hive inspection.
Thank you, Dwayne, for the question there. If you do have a question, throw it into the chat, both at the Mountain Sweet Honey Facebook page, our YouTube channel as well. And we do have a lot of people watching on mountainsweethoney.com, but I don't think you're able to ask the question through that viewing location. Now, we still have more giveaways. Hat veil combo, something that we are giving away today. Bee packages. We've got several different types of bees that we've been talking about that we have packages for, and I'm gonna sort of hold Ray to maybe doing one of those shortly after noon, maybe before 12:15. We can give away a package of bees today. Grateful for everybody that is checking in. Joseph, by the way, checks back in and says thank you for answering his question. So we appreciate that question on the Italian Queen. The goatskin gloves, these are very handy for getting in to your hives. And I think you already did the mesh jackets. Mesh jacket that we have has already gone out to one of our winners today. But we just want to showcase that we like giving stuff away. Make sure to like the channel, subscribe to the channel. We like to do Buzz TV once every month or so. Always love giving things away. So we want you to be aware of the next live stream that we have. And one of the best ways to just be aware of what's happening in Mountain Sweet Honey and Buzz TV is to sign up for our newsletter. Ray likes to send out a newsletter several times a week with
just 2 times.
2 times a week with beekeeping tips, sales, special deals that we have at Mountain Sweet Honey. When you go to the website for the very first time, you'll get a pop-up that lets you put in your email address. That then will put you on the list, and you'll know before anybody else when we're going to be hitting the airwaves or offering a special deal that you just don't want to pass up. Let's move on to Carniolans. These are a very popular bee.
Let's do this before we jump over to Carniolans, Brian. Let's give a shout out to some of these orders here. We have Rick from Lenore, North Carolina. He picked up 2 Italian bee packages. We have Rachel from Dale, Texas, 4 Italian bee packages. We have Daryl Wilson from Granger, Indiana, 3 Carniolan packages. We have Derek Hendley from Northport, Alabama. That's a couple of Northport Alabamas today.
Maybe we have a family of beekeepers in the area.
All right. And he says he will pick it up at the post office. And that's 1 Italian bee package.
And speaking of the post office, Dan chimes in and says, my post office delivered them in years past, but I spoke to my delivery postal employee to let him know I'm going to pick them up directly at the post office as well. And just the fact that I gave them the heads up, they seem to appreciate it. So
yes.
They really do. And you really want to be the one picking up the bees at the post office, not having that in the back of the postal truck and
with the sun on it.
With the sun on it, a long break for lunch, and you being the last stop of the day. So we don't encourage going that direction.
All right. We have Dean Burry from Adele, Iowa. He picked up 2 Italian packages. We have John from Claremont, New Hampshire, 4 Caucasian packages. Sam in Akron, Ohio, he picked up 2 Italian packages. We got Jeff Jarnigan from Pioneer, Tennessee. I've not heard of that city yet. 2 Italian bee packages. We have Bailey Black from Sudan, Texas. 2 Italian bee packages. We have John from Flowery Branch, Georgia. He picked up a Caucasian bee package. Doolittle, Adcock.
Doolittle. That's
Doolittle.
That's my mantra for life. It's my philosophy of life.
Well, I knew that.
Doolittle.
All right. Ackworth, Georgia. He picked up a mesh jacket. So thank you for that.
Cool.
Chris Scott from Sadieville, Kentucky. He picked up a Carniolan bee package.
My niece's name is Sadie. I'll have to let her know there's a Sadieville.
And then Bradley Hurley from Cropwell, Alabama. He's doing what we got to be looking at, folks, is beetle gels, small hive beetles. This beetle gel has a bait area that has apple cider vinegar that you'd put in it on the center for being the bait. And then on different sides of that bait is mineral oil. And that mineral oil makes the small hive beetles drown.
And just to clarify, you are saying beetle jail, not gel.
No, not gel. Gel.
I thought it was gel for the longest time until I did a little more research, but it is a jail to catch them, not a gel to kill them.
Jail.
All right. I needed that clarification because for the longest time I was, where's my beetle gel?
And folks, let's talk a little bit about beetle gels. You don't want the small hive beetles overtaking your hive. What happens is they will get into the honey stores and they will convert that to an alcohol. And you will really smell that alcohol when you open up your hive. And I guarantee at that point, you're going to see at least 50 or 100 small hive beetles running around throughout the hive. So you got to stay in front of this. Otherwise, you're going to lose your honey. And the bees won't touch it. So you can't use it as feed and you can't sell it. So you got to dispose of it. So nice little segue there to beetle gels on that there. And then we got Jeffrey Morrison from Tennessee. I guess it's Sir Joinville, Tennessee. He's got 3 overwintered nukes that he's going to pick up. And then Larry Maffa from Elizabeth Township, Pennsylvania. I think I know where that is. 1 Italian bee package. Sharon Pass from Blue Ridge, Georgia. 1 Italian bee package. Peter from Franklin Lakes, New Jersey. He picked up 2 Italian bee packages. All right, so let's take a look at those that are shopping online right now. We have,
Oh, wow. That map's lighting up.
yeah, we got about 61 people right now shopping online. We've got folks out in Albuquerque online right now. We got Kobe, Kansas shopping online. We got Camden. Let me zoom in.
Arkansas, maybe?
I think it's, Arkansas.
Yeah, they've been on quite a bit today.
And Benton, Arkansas. We got Clearwater, Florida, Cochran, Georgia, Columbus, Georgia, Atlanta. A bunch of people in Atlanta right now shopping. We got somebody in Commerce, Georgia, Clinton, North Carolina, Atlantic Beach. Thank you, Atlantic Beach. I know you're watching because you've been there most of the morning. We appreciate you watching us this morning. Clarksville, Tennessee. Have you ever been to Clarksville, Tennessee?
I have.
That is like,
I caught the last train to Clarksville once.
No, that was Clarksville, Georgia.
Oh, okay. It's a monkey song.
Beautiful city.
Mm-hmm.
It's just before you get out of Tennessee, getting into Kentucky. Just a really, really nice town. I used to use that as my overnight place when I traveled up north in the Midwest. And
riveting.
Riveting. Thank you, Bryan. We got Chatham, Illinois, Chicago, Chi-Town. 2 people shopping there. We've got. Let me move my map here. All right, New York City's back. 2 people there in New York City, Baltimore, and also Ashburn. So, folks, thank you again for tuning in. We also have somebody up in Bellingham, Washington. You can't get any closer to the Canadian line than
Bellingham.
Yep. All right. So, Bryan, what do we got next on the?
I think we're going to transition here over to the Carniolan bee package. Okay. We've got a big sale today, $130 to get your package of Carniolans. You can use the QR code there in the upper right-hand corner to go right to the website. Ray's going to walk us through all the traits of these bees to see if they might be right for you.
All right. So today's best price of the whole season guaranteed is $130. This is for a 3-pound Carniolan bee package that will be delivered in the 2026 bee season. And that starts the middle of March and goes all the way through the first or second week of May. So folks, if you want a really good deal on our amazing Carniolan bee packages, today's the day. $130. I believe we were at $165 last season, and we're looking at this coming season of probably being somewhere around $180. So now's the time to get it, folks, and save a lot of money. And you can save money by hedging. And as we know through the USDA pronouncement on the viruses that have decimated a lot of hives this past season, this is an excellent way to go ahead and buy it at a discount. And if you get through the winter and don't lose any and you say, hey, look, I don't need it after all, you can cancel up until February the 1st, 2026, fee-free, get 100% of your money back. Well, thank you for your order and refund it back to you immediately. So you're guaranteed best price. You're not going to have to pay the $180 or $170, whatever it might be during the prime of bee season, because you'll be able to save that money right now. So give us a call, 706-886-1322, and one of our wonderful customer service folks will help you with your order. Or you can go online, mountainsweethoney.com/bees, and that will get you where you can order online. Or use the QR code up at the top. Right, Bryan? That's the QR code?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Let's talk about the traits of the Carniolan honeybees. First of all, they're mildly aggressive. I would not recommend a Carniolan package or nuke to any new beekeeper. The reason being is if you drop a frame of brood those bees are going to get aggressive with you. They're going to fly up in your veil and say hello to you. And why did you drop the frame of bees? They are not like what you would find Africanized or anything like that, but they will fly up in your veil and hang out, letting you know that that was a no-no. You can keep these in populated areas. Now, Carniolans like to have at least a 10-foot barrier between you and their hive. So if you start getting close to the hive, they're going to start bumping you on the chest, is where I normally feel that. And the closer you get, the more they'll want to try to sting you on that there. So mildly aggressive, can be kept in populated areas. There is less drifting of the bees. Now, what that means is if you have 3 hives right in a row together, and the first hive will float over or fly over to the second and then to the third, that is called drift. Now, Carniolans like to stay within the hive that they are. They're not going to drift to other hives, because drifting actually will begin to promote robbing. That is what is really happening with drift, is it's scout bees going out and seeing where food is and then going to rob at some point later. And so one of the other traits with the Carniolans is they're able to overwinter in smaller numbers during the winter months. But don't be surprised if you have a basketball size of a colony clustered together during the winter months. They are known to get fairly sizable on their colony size during the cold winter months. All right, so they're also going to be really thrifty when it comes to consuming the honey stores during the winter months. They do a really good job of not just diving into the honey during dearths. They say, hey, look, we've got to space this food source out over the next winter period. And that means we got to cut back on our eating of those food stores. So you'll see that they're able to really do that. And it's pretty cool to watch that there. Okay, so the Carniolans also winter because of the larger colony that they have. They're able to winter longer winters, but they're going to need help from us as beekeepers, feeding them sugar water, 2-to-1 sugar water, or 1.5-to-1 on sugar water during those cold months and during dearths, so they don't eat through their stores. Brood production will start out slow when the maple pollen starts coming into the hive. It's when the nectar hits is what triggers the queen to lay more. And laying more brood is what happens almost immediately as soon as nectar starts coming in. So what this means is you as beekeepers will need to add an additional super, because when that brood comes, it's going to come really fast and really hard, and the numbers are going to just go skyrocketing. The last thing that you want to be is going out to inspect your hive and it's just chock full of bees, and most likely several queen cells that are in there that have either already come out or are about to come out. So those are the things you got to really be careful with the Carniolan queens. Now, when they are foraging, they will also go out on cloudy days, foggy days, and they will look for nectar sources. So that is a real biggie for the Carniolans over the Italians. The Italians will not fly where the Carniolans will. They are lower use of propolis that you will find. They are equal to what you would see in the Italians. They do use the propolis or sap to bind together the frames to the super and fill in any abnormalities that might be within the hive itself. Okay, so The last thing here is the brood diseases. They have a higher resistance to the various diseases that are out there. And quite frankly, I've never had to treat any of my Carniolans or my Italians for any diseases out there. The only thing that we've had here and there, and it's because of a lot of cold, rainy weather, is dysentery, and that dysentery is easily conquered by using a 1-to-1 sugar water to help clean out the gut of the bee.
Let me ask you to clarify the difference between dealing with treating for a disease versus treating for, say, Varroa, because we talk about treating bees all the time. So you've never had to treat a Carniolan for a disease. I assume that's different than treating for mites.
Yes. Okay. So mites have viruses within the mite itself, and how they transfer those viruses is by getting on the back of the honeybee, and then they inject the virus as the bee becomes a host to that mite. So what you have is a virus that you're trying to defend against by getting in front of it rather than letting the mite get a hold of the bee and begin injecting the virus in. Those are totally separate viruses, and they can almost be pandemic within the hive. And then as drift happens, it affects other hives. So that's the reason why we've seen such bee loss out in the Midwest and in the West Coast. Is the main transfer point is the bees drift and they have the virus and they spread it to other hives, and those hives spread it to others. So it's really a pandemic when you talk about mites and the viruses that they are communicable to other bees.
Okay, appreciate that answer. I just wanted to make sure that somebody wouldn't think they wouldn't have to treat them to keep them from dealing with Varroa.
You know, Bryan, one of the things that we're still seeing now 5-6 years down the road is we have people online that are trying to sell their bees and saying that they're disease tolerant or resistant. And, you know, all bees have that DNA. And, you know, you can say I've bred to this sector of bees to a higher hygiene on that, but I have not seen any studies that shows this new hygienic bee is so much more superior than any other bees.
Okay.
It's sadly a marketing ploy that shouldn't be out there.
All right, that makes sense.
Now, I want to go a little bit in a different direction too, Bryan. There are beekeepers out there and commercial beekeepers. I know of one fairly close to us here, and he would always say, my bees are the best bees because we have done some genetic testing on this and done that. And we've never had to treat for viruses or for mites because they have a high hygienic to them. Well, that same person 2 years later lost 95% of his hives because he didn't treat. And, you know, you hear the story over and over again, people pounding their chests and saying, hey, look, my bees are better, and that's why I don't have to treat. And then boom, the next season or the season after, they almost lose everything. And so it's so much more better to defend and be on the offensive rather than the defensive by going ahead and treating for mites on the front end. So that is the push and pull that we see in the bee industry, even to this day. All right, Bryan, what do we got next here?
A few more traits to talk about for the Carniolans.
Here we go. All right. So The Carniolans, they're going to be an early morning forager. I've seen my Carniolans going out at 5:30 in the morning, the minute dusk or the new day is starting and there's just very little light. They're already out flying because there are some nectar sources that are available. And they're also foraging, looking for new nectar sources. So later in the day, they'll fly right up to, I've seen them come in during peak summer, somewhere around 9:15 to 9:20, where there's just very little light that's left in the day. And they all come piling in. It's kind of funny. It's kind of like an Indiana Jones in reverse when you saw, Bryan, all the rats coming out
I remember the scene. Yes.
Well, this is all of the rats coming in, or all the bees coming back into the hive, and there's a traffic jam that's there for everybody to get back into. So you'll see that very much. The workers live up to 12% longer than other species of honeybees that are out there. So there's a little bit more of a longer lifetime span on them. And you're also going to see them being a little bit more robust in a 10 to 12% increase in size going into the winter months. So your winter bees are going to be a little larger than what you would see the Italian winter bees in size. Okay, so today, $130 Carniolan bee packages. We're looking at somewhere between 170 and 175, 180 as our seasonal price. But today they're 130, a Carniolan bee package, and it ends tonight at midnight. So
yeah, please take advantage of that right away. Midnight's when the sale ends. Reminder, you can still cancel right up till February the 1st. If your bees do great over the winter, or you decide, I don't really want to expand the bee yard too much, then you can always make that phone call and say, refund my money. But if you want to guarantee some of these Carniolans at this price, you need to act now. MountainSweetHoney.com, or you can give us a phone call, 706-886-1322. Ray, do we have a Carniolan package left to give away?
Yes, 12:15, Bryan. Let's give away the next pack.
All right, well, we're almost there. So whenever you're ready to do that giveaway, let's do that. So keep tuned in. You might be the winner of a package of Carniolans.
All right, we have Mark Sanders from Athens, Georgia. He picked up a bunch of Triple Wax Foundation, medium and deep. And we appreciate that, Mark.
Hey, I did see a question earlier, and I think I know the answer to this. Someone was wanting to know if the Ciracel feeders were currently on sale. Are they, and if not, when might they be?
All right. Ciracel is on our radar screen, folks. With the tariffs and everything, we're holding off on our order because it will be a sizable increase with the tariffs. So we are just at a minimal amount going into the fall season. Order now while we have them in stock. We may be out at some period of time. We're just trying to time our order with the tariffs, and the tariffs are, as we all know, it was non-existent for New Zealand. But now it's somewhere between 10 and 15%, depending on the specific product that's coming out of New Zealand. And we do a lot of business in New Zealand. Russ from Chesterland, Ohio, he picked up 2 Italian bee packages. We have Robert from Spotsylvania, Virginia. He picked up a bunch of supplies, beekeeping supplies. David Ridden from Riceville, Tennessee. He's going to come to our store and pick up some Caucasian bee packages. One of those.
Very cool. And Candace says she's pleased with the 2 Italian bee nukes. They are doing amazing. So she got those for the 2025 season. And we do have overwintered as well as seasonal nukes that we'll be talking about here shortly, with savings of up to $50. So if you're interested in going that route, either visit us at mountainsweethoney.com or keep watching the live stream.
All right. We got Kevin Miller from Hacker Valley, West Virginia. He got a bee package, Italian bee package. No, Carniolan bee package. And Craig Williamson from Eatonton, Georgia. He got an Italian bee package. He's going to come by and pick that up. We have Samuel Carbaugh from Comstock Park, Michigan. He picked up a Carniolan bee package. All right. It is time to draw for a Carniolan bee package.
I feel the tension building, the suspense.
All right. We have Sharon Haney from Cooksville, Tennessee.
All right, Sharon Haney, Cooksville, Tennessee. You have a package of Carniolans headed your way here in the spring of 2026.
Bryan, keep going because I got to send this over to Nikki so we don't I don't mess this up. All right.
No, we would not want you to mess that up. All right. So today we've given away a hat to veil combo. We've got another Italian bee package that we'll be doing a drawing for a little bit later. Again, we're going to wrap up in less than 2 hours. So lots of winning opportunities still coming for everybody that makes a purchase today there at mountainsweethoney.com. We're grateful. You saw Candace popping up on the screen. Thank you, Candace. Thank you, Joseph, for watching today. Dwayne, Dan, you guys have been awesome. And the gloves, the goatskin gloves, those are still available today, as well as a mesh jacket that we gave away a little bit earlier. So highlighting a prize that unfortunately is off the board, but we still have many that I've shared with you. The Carniolans going out. One more time, the name of the winner.
Oh,
do you still have that in front of you?
Let me go back. All right. That is Sharon
Haney. I remember the Haney.
Cookville, Tennessee.
All right, Sharon. That's really cool. And pick up those Caucasian bee packages today. That QR code up there in the upper right-hand corner will take you right to our site so that you can lock in the best savings of the year.
And folks, if you have a problem with placing an order online and it fails for whatever reason, please call us at 706-886-1322. And one of our customer service folks will help you get that order in. I've seen 1 or 2 failed orders and I saw that they were put in a little later. So perhaps you have called in to get some help on getting.
Why might an order fail? What are some of the reasons something like that might happen?
Sometimes it's a credit card that has a block on anything outside of your state because of credit card fraud.
Okay.
And others, it might just be not the billing address, but the shipping address is put in.
And if a customer does have an order that fails, do they get a bounce back email saying there's an issue?
They'll know.
So if you get that email and you're like, well, what's happening here? Do what Ray suggested there at the bottom of the screen, 706-886-1322, the phone number. Please call. We'll get that clarified, rectified right away.
All right. So we're going to go to 12:30 and then we're going to take a short 10-minute break.
No, we can make that happen.
All right. So let's do that. And let's go to our map, see where people are coming in. All right. We got Chicago with 4 people. We got Chatham, Illinois with 2, New York City with 2, Alexandria, Virginia, Washington, D.C.
So these are people that are doing business with us right now.
Yes.
And
yes.
How many years is it now? Is this 14,
Yes.
12, 14th year?
14
years in business. You can read all of our Google reviews. In fact, I'll be sharing some customer reviews here in just a few moments with you, but we love it when there's what we call the social proofing of people that have done business with us, are extremely satisfied, and we want you to shop with confidence.
All right. So we have somebody in Ada, Oklahoma. We have Boonville, Arkansas, Danville, Arkansas, Camden, Arkansas. We've got somebody still in Clearwater. They're tuned in. Welcome. We were wondering where our Florida folks are, and now we're seeing everybody. All right. And of course, New York City's up and hopping too. All right. Now let's, Hey, it's something I wanted to talk about here. Let's see here. I'm thinking about lunch. That's what I'm thinking about now. So,
All right. Well, while you're thinking about lunch and placing your lunch order, I'll share this review that came in from Isaac. I can't say enough wonderful things about my experience with Mountain Sweet Honey. From the moment I placed my order, their customer service was responsive, knowledgeable, and genuinely enthusiastic about helping me succeed as a beekeeper. The bees arrived right on schedule, healthy, vibrant, and ready to go. I was blown away by the strength and productivity of the colony. My Italian bees were gentle, easy to work with, and built up fast. I even harvested honey my first year. That doesn't always happen, but that's cool that this happened for Isaac. This company truly cares about its customers and their bees, and it shows in every detail. We like hearing that. I'm going to be a lifelong customer without a doubt. Isaac from Louisville, Kentucky. Thank you,
well, Isaac. Thank you for those kind words. Let's talk a little bit about delays. There are times, like this past season, that everything works against us in agriculture and delays us. This past season, we had the farthest pushback in time, and that was 3 weeks this past season. But 3 weeks, we do it all for the right reason. One, we want to send out a quality bee package or nuke to our customers. Now, I will tell you, nukes are done in advance, so there's really no delays when you buy nukes. But if it's a package, then yes, there is a possibility of a delay. We went 3 years with no delays, and then this past season we had a 3-week delay. And it was the main reason is Hurricane Helene that came through, took all of the foraging parts that our bees go to, and just tore through them with the wind that was coming through. So there was really nothing to forage on. And then on top of that, if you all remember, it was snowing in Florida, and we raise our bees in South Georgia, and that cold snap that lasted about a week and a half also affected our queen rearing. So you can't have a good package with a non-mated queen. That's a disaster, and we'll never let that happen because we don't want to send packages out with poorly mated queens. It's not good for you or for us. And so we took the high road and said we were one of the first bee companies in the U.S. to say that there will be a delay. Others waited until the last second where folks couldn't cancel. But we didn't do that. We said we're going to get the word out and let our customers know in advance. And I would say 98% of everybody said, "Hey, I got it. Thank you. Thank you for giving us quality on the front end." But then there was 2%, and most of these were new beekeepers that said, "Hey, look, you're about like Walmart. Just go out there and get me some and put it in the mail." It's not that easy. So for you new beekeepers, we always want to give quality. There may be some delays. We get that. We can reschedule if it interferes with vacations or something like that. But you got to give us a little bit of grace too, because we want to give the very, very best to you, our customer. So that's why there are delays, is we want to do the best. We just don't want to send a package of bees out with a poorly mated queen. So that's what delays are all about. Agriculture. We are subject to the weather or Mother Nature. And we definitely paid the price this year. So we appreciate everybody's patience as we work through that this past season.
Hey, one more quick customer review. Lori from Lancaster, Pennsylvania. I couldn't be happier with the bees that I got from Mountain Sweet Honey. They arrived healthy, gentle, and built up strong colonies in no time. And this is encouraging. This has been my best beekeeping season yet. So I know there's been challenges and struggles for a lot of folks with all the things that Ray has mentioned, but Lori's having her best season yet with Mountain Sweet Honey honeybees. And we thank you for sharing that with us. Please, if you're a customer, leave us a review there on Google.
Google
leave
review.
us a Google review. Give us a 5-star review so that others will know that they too can have success with the bees, just like you have. Again, thank you, Lori, for sharing that.
All right, we got 5 minutes here, Bryan. Let's talk about Caucasians.
All right.
All right.
So we will get you some information here about the Caucasian honeybee.
Okay, so the Caucasians are a really different kind of honeybee, and they're almost outside of the periphery of honeybees, but they do produce honey. So if that makes any sense, they have the longest proboscis, and a lot of folks wonder, what is proboscis? Proboscis is their tongue, how far out their tongue can be. And they have the longest proboscis, so they're able to collect more nectar into the flower than the traditional honeybee. And they are gentle. The Caucasians are not as gentle as the Italians. If I had to rank them, I would have Italians being the most gentle, and then the Caucasians, and then the Carniolans. So that will give you a little bit of an understanding of where their gentleness is. They go into winter very hardy. You'll find that they have a very big cluster going into the winter months. And as we were talking about earlier today, 18,000 feet up is very little air. And I was out in Colorado this past ski season, and I was at 10,000 feet. And I've been out west multiple times at different elevations, but got really short of breath. And it was just due to being above the 10,000 foot line. Everything's fine below that for me, but anything above 10,000 feet, I start getting a little shortness of breath.
So it had nothing to do with being out of shape.
I don't know.
Maybe a little.
Maybe a little. All right. So they're very productive, and because of that longer proboscis, and they do fly. Go on ahead, Bryan. Go to the next slide here. Because they fly more and have the longer proboscis, they have the highest amount of honey due to that. And even during the poor nectar years that we'll have in years to come, they'll still outperform all the other honeybees because of the proboscis on that there. All right. They are able to fly in light rain. They are also able to fly in fog. They have superior vision. So they have 10 to 12,000 facets in each eye. And where normal honeybees only have 6,000 to 9,000, depending on what variety that you're looking at. So again, they form very strong colonies in size, especially going into the winter months. They have a very low tolerance or inclination of swarming. You will not find them swarming, but if you restrict their size and the queen continues to lay wide open, then yes, you will have swarm cells and swarms happening at that point. The queen bees are typically great temperament, gentle, calm, and non-aggressive. And here's something that a lot of folks don't understand is bee venom doesn't cause the nearby bees to come out and sting also with a pheromone that they're giving, or apitoxin. And so the Caucasians, if a honeybee came and stung me on the glove, the honeybees within that hive are going to come and sting right around that marker that has been left on my glove. So what I'm saying is just because that Italian bee stung there, and other honeybee hives are coming to sting also, the Caucasian will not do that because they have a whole different pheromone smell than what the Italians do. So you're going to see a lot less stings from the Caucasians versus the other varieties that are out there. Okay, so the Caucasian bee package again is $130 today only, and order quickly because this promotion does end at midnight tonight. All right, Bryan, let's go on ahead and give away a bee package.
All right.
No. We just gave one away.
We still have the gloves that need to be given away.
All
so
right.
that would be a cool thing to do if you want to
All right.
Check through your entries here.
Chris Looker from Vienna, Virginia. He got the gloves.
All right, Chris, going to be quite the looker with these fancy new gloves. That'll be wonderful to work out in the bee yard with. We're not done with the giveaways, folks. We still have more to come, and we're here for another hour and a half on our
Bryan,
bee season kickoff.
All the bees that we give away, Bryan, and then I look at these super big bee companies, or beekeeping companies, and they only give $50 away here and there. It just amazes me that we can do this and others can't.
That's why I do business with Mountain Sweet Honey.
Yeah. I mean, it absolutely drives me crazy, folks, when I see all the money that they take from beekeepers and then they just give like a $50 gift certificate to somebody that did a picture contest. And it amazes me at the millions and millions that they make, and they only give back dollars.
Well, we truly are grateful to each and every one of you that put your faith in Mountain Sweet Honey. We hope that you've had good experiences. We're working hard each and every day to make beekeeping fun and enjoyable, and provide you with the knowledge and the resources so that this can truly be an outstanding experience for you. So thanks again for doing business with us at Mountain Sweet Honey.
All right. Well, Bryan, what are we taking, a 10-minute break or 15? Or
I was thinking 10? An 8-minute break.
An 8-minute? Okay. 8 minutes.
You might be wondering why an 8-minute break. Well, I have a 5-minute timer and a 3-minute timer. So.
Okay. So we're going to do 8 minutes.
All right. Sounds good.
We'll be back. And folks, thanks for joining us on your lunch break. And we will be back at 12:42 or no, 12:40.
Unlock the secrets of Italian honeybees, the unsung heroes of modern beekeeping. These golden yellow beauties are the most popular bee variety in America for good reason. They're incredibly gentle, perfect if you're scared of stings, and build massive colonies faster than any other honeybee. Their superpower? They keep producing honey even when other bees quit. Italian bees start foraging earlier in spring and work later into fall, making them honey-producing machines. They're also remarkably disease-resistant and adapt to almost any climate. If you're thinking about beekeeping, these sunshine-colored pollinators should be your first choice. Save $46 on a package of Italians on June 27th at mountainsweethoney.com.
All right, we are back here on Buzz TV. I'm Bryan Race. Thanks for giving us a couple of minutes to stretch our legs and for Ray to eat a whole can of Pringles like they're going out of style. Hey, I wanted to share some kind comments from Diane, who lives in Greenville. She said, picking up my nucleus colony from Mountain Sweet Honey in Toccoa was a fantastic experience. The bees were in excellent condition, but what really stood out was how welcoming, knowledgeable, and genuinely kind the entire team was. They took time to answer my questions, share helpful tips, and made me feel completely confident heading home with my new bees. I left not just with a great nuke, but with a sense that I had a true partner. We love this. A sense that I had a true partner in my beekeeping journey. Diane, you certainly do. Thank you for purchasing from Mountain Sweet Honey. And we're going to talk about some Italian nukes, the seasonal nuke packages, as well as the overwintered nukes that we have here as we welcome back in Ray Sivitz, the owner of Mountain Sweet Honey and your host for Buzz TV. Well, hey Ray, how was that Walmart sandwich?
You got to do what you got to do.
Leaves a little to be desired, I bet. Yeah, wow.
It's not the premium stuff, I mean, by far, but at least it gets you through the day.
Gotcha.
All right. You
want to talk about these nukes, or do you want to go
I want to
some
welcome
different direction?
Everybody during their lunch break, and I appreciate y'all coming to us during this lunch break and spending a couple minutes with us, and we deeply appreciate that. All right, well, let's take a look at who's shopping online right now. We've got, let me get my calendar a little better here.
And if you're shopping online and watching the live stream, this is just our way of saying we see you and acknowledge you and are grateful for your support of what we do.
All right, we've got Minneapolis, 2 people in there shopping, and
that's a new delivery area.
Yes, Minnesota, Nebraska, and Kansas is our 3 new states that we've opened up this past bee season, a little late in the year, but we got a green light from the postal officials, and that allowed us to expand more of our coverage in the Midwest. So we appreciate that. We've got folks in Baltimore right now that are working on putting their order in. Ashburn, Virginia. I know they're watching us, so that's what they're doing there. And Alexandria, Virginia, also Bridgewater, Virginia. So welcome all those folks there in Virginia. We also got Buckeye Lake, Ohio.
Okay, that doesn't surprise me.
And Columbus, Indiana. And let's see here. Dolly is not online right now in Nashville.
What's the Dolly attraction?
I don't know.
You can't figure it out, huh?
No. But anyhow, Athens, Alabama, Birmingham, Alabama. Whoops, I just messed up my calendar here. All right. And then we got Columbus, Georgia. We've got Bay Cliff, Texas. And of course, Dallas, Texas, with 2 folks there. Boonville, Arkansas, and Camden, Arkansas.
Cool.
Just to name a few.
And although we're coming down the home stretch here of our live stream, I certainly would like to encourage you to like the videos, subscribe to the channel, share the video, link with somebody that you know that's into beekeeping. This would be a huge help just for growing Buzz TV so that we can expand this wonderful community and help each other out. If you have a question today, feel free to leave it there in the chat section on Facebook or on YouTube. We'll do our best to answer the question, and still a few giveaways to come. So if you've bought something today, you're automatically entered to win.
All right. We've got Sharon Cron from Iowa City, Iowa. She picked up 2 Italian bee packages. We've got Michael from Madison, North Carolina. He's going to drive down to pick up an overwintered nuke. And that was our second week in the overwintered nukes.
Now that begs a good question. If somebody, I know the nukes, you have to pick those up.
Yes.
We don't ship those. You have to come to our location in Toccoa, Georgia. But if I am just so excited and I want to pick up my bees, can I make arrangements to pick them up? And is that an option that I can toggle at the point of checkout to say, don't ship these to me, I will be coming to pick them up? Tell me how that process works.
So we have 2 options on our packages, and our packages are either we ship them to you or you come and pick them up. We have folks come down from Maine. We have people come up from Florida. We have people from Texas that drive in, as well as Chicago. And one of our longtime customers comes down from Chicago every year and picks up anywhere from 10 to 20 packages of bees. So it's not uncommon for us to have a parking lot full of non-Georgia license plates. So very, very common to see during bee season from all over the U.S. coming in to get their bees. All right, we've got Larry Arnold from Mableton, Georgia. He's getting an Italian bee package. We've got Beverly Blakely from Woodbury, Georgia. From Nashville, Tennessee, and an Italian bee package. We've got Michael Jones from Braselton, Georgia. 2 Carniolan bee packages and 2 Italian bee packages, so a total of 4. They'll be going down to Braselton, Georgia. And then we've got Nick Stave, and he got some Apivar, probably from our conversation earlier on that. All right, then we've got Maureen Harrington from Lewes, Delaware. And we appreciate your business there.
That's the first time I've heard Delaware mentioned today. So thanks for jumping in there.
All right. And then we got Maureen Harrington from Nassau, Delaware. So there's another one.
Okay.
Delaware. And then Christopher Rosato from Cedarville, New Jersey, picked up 2 Italian bee packages. All right, Bryan, what do we got next on our slides here?
I think we're going to talk about these nukes that we've been sharing with folks. So let's start with
Okay.
the overwintered.
All right. So your overwintered nukes is the most premium nuke that you can purchase, or I should say most premium way to start beekeeping is with an overwintered nuke.
And that's a nucleus colony, a colony
Yes.
of bees.
Nuke stands for nucleus of bees. And what we do is we get them started in August, September, so that they're ready to be picked up in late February and early March. So those are the two pickup dates that we have. We do not ship nukes, and you don't want to buy nukes that have been shipped, because what happens is the honey gets dislodged, and once the honey gets dislodged within the nuke, it's all over the bees. And if you get your queen covered with honey, then she's gone too. So anyhow, no shipping on nukes. All right. So what do you get when you have an overwinter nuke? First of all, the queen has been monitored for 7 to 8 months. And what we're monitoring is egg laying abilities and limited missed cells. So she's laying an egg in each of the cells, and most of the time they're going around and around in circles, the queens are, to make sure that every cell has an egg in it. And we're also looking at the temperament of the hive. Is it aggressive? Is it mild? Or is it just really easy tempered? So we're not going to allow a queen that is aggressive, and i.e. having that hive be aggressive. We want to have mild to gentle as our queens there. This is the very limited risk way of starting your beekeeping, or at least knowing that your queen is very viable, is knowing that she's been monitored for 7 to 8 months. Okay, when you get your bees, you'll be picking it up in a reusable Pro Nuke container. These are a PVC kind of grade of containers, and you can use them over and over again in your beekeeping journey. And what it does is it comes with 5 frames, and 4 of those frames are brood and 1 frame of honey stores. The everyday price on this is $225. Today's price is $175. So that's a $50 savings, folks. Buy it today. It's on sale through midnight tonight, and buy it while you can. $175.
And just a quick reminder that on the nukes, you will need to drive to Toccoa, Georgia, where we are located, to pick those up. We ship packages now to, what is it, 35 states, 36? What's
35.
the 35 states, but the nukes, because of the complexity of shipping a colony of bees that have brood and frames and honey already being produced, those are beyond the ability to currently ship. So make arrangements to come and pick those up, and there'll be specified dates for those pickups. Is that correct?
Yes.
And is that usually a window, such as a week, or is it?
It's a weekend.
It's a weekend that you'll need to come and make those arrangements.
All right, so let's take a look at some of the recent orders that we've just gotten in here this afternoon. Now it's afternoon. We only got an hour and 9 minutes to go, Brian.
Man, time is flying, but don't miss these deals, folks. Midnight tonight. Yeah, that's your deadline. So go ahead and make that purchase of what you need at mountainsweethoney.com or at 706-886-1322.
Now, folks, if you're wondering what is the best date for your locale, simply call us 706-886-1322, and one of our customer service folks will help you find that right date for your bees. We'll take all the guesswork out of it for you. Just give us a call, 706-886-1322. Looking at some orders, Laura Becker from Odessa, Missouri. She bought 2 Italian bee packages. And we have Jeffrey Riggs from Nesbitt, Mississippi. He got 3 Italian packages. And looking at David Tyson from Camden, Arkansas. That was one of our shout outs that we were saying is online shopping. 3 Caucasian bee packages. Thank you. And then we've got, let's see here. Bertha Garcia from El Paso, Texas. She picked up an Italian bee package. And then we have Scott Allman from Grand Rapids, Ohio, 2 Carniolan bee packages. And he also picked up a pollen patty, 10 pounds of pollen patty. And folks, what pollen patties will be doing for you as a beekeeper here in about 4 weeks, you're going to be in a dearth almost nationwide. And that dearth, your bees need to still have the nutrients to keep going. And this is how you go into the winter months strong, is feeding, pollen patty and sugar water. Those 2 keep the queen laying so that you're going to have a strong colony going into winter. If you have a weak colony, most likely they're going to be lost in the first freeze that comes in the fall.
What would you say, Ray, are your telltale signs of nectar flow slowing down or ending, the dearth coming on? What can we look for, or is it just a date on the calendar that we work off of?
If you don't know the nectar flow, what you can do is put some uncapped honey that's on a frame, Bryan, and put it out 20 feet from the hive. And if the bees start going to that means that you're in a dearth. Okay.
Makes sense.
So, because that's still nectar, because it's uncapped.
Okay, I'm following.
All right, let me sneeze here. I got to sneeze.
Oh, okay. This is always fun. And we'll turn the mic. Oh, we almost got the mic off in time. So I guess the pollen's still active inside of the Buzz TV Hive studio today. But that's good to know that we've got the pollen patties so that your bees can get the nutrients that they need as the dearth begins to kick in. God bless you, by the way.
Yeah. Thank you. All right. So the pollen patties will really, you could count on a 10-pounder feeding your 1 to 2 colonies through the dearth season. And that would be from.
Is that a box, a 10-pound box?
Yes, 10-pound box. They're 1 pound patties.
1 pound. Okay.
All right. So that would give you 5 months, 5 patties for 5 months. So you could really feed two hives off a 10-pound case. So if that helps anybody with how many do you need, you can feed 2 hives on a 10-pound case.
Is there a brand of pollen patty that you're fond of?
The ones that we use have a lot of essential oils and made in the USA pollen. Okay. It's not foreign pollen. And that's a biggie right there.
Good to know.
All right. We've got Oatwood from Indiana. He bought a bunch of beekeeping supplies. We appreciate that, Oat.
Thank you, Oat.
And let's see here. All right. We've got Joey from Tellico Plains, Tennessee. And you know what that's near?
I was going to say Tullahoma, but probably not.
Soddy Daisy.
Soddy Daisy, okay.
All right. Not too far away. He picked up an overwinter nuke and an Italian bee package. We appreciate that, Joey. We've got Lisa from Kinston, North Carolina. She picked up an Italian bee package. And we'll wrap it up this segment with the orders. Steve Emmons from Elizabeth, Arkansas. He picked up 2 Italian bee packages. So thank you, folks, for your orders. We appreciate it. We're honored that you do business with us, and welcome. And we want to say welcome to all the folks in the Midwest that are going on lunch break, that are tuning in. We've got some giveaways that we're going to be having at 10 after 1.
1 hour to go, but we're going to do our next round of giveaways in about 10 minutes. So it's an exciting final hour to the Buzz TV 2026 kickoff special, sponsored by Mountain Sweet Honey. You want to talk about Italian overwintered nukes
Yeah.
or go a different direction?
Yeah, we'll do that. I want to give a shout out. I just saw this one pop in. Stanley McCullough from Tyrone, Georgia, picked up 4 Italian bee packages for the first week of.
That's over there on the Alabama border, right? Over there
I think
in
so.
The west.
I think so. So thank you much for that. Now let's take a look at the Italian overwintered nukes. We've done that one already, Brian.
All right. So that would mean we're going to move on to seasonal.
There you go. Okay. A seasonal nuke is much like what you would find with a overwintered, but this one only takes 90 days, where the overwintered is 7 to 8 months. This one's only 90 days. So it's a shorter time period that we monitor the queen and see the pluses and the minuses with being temperament, the laying pattern, and brood production. So those are the 3 benchmarks that all queens will go through during those 90 days to ensure that you as a beekeeper have a very viable queen going into the 2026 season. Let's go to the next one there, Brian. All right, so what you get with the 5-frame nuke is 4 frames of brood and 1 frame of honey stores. And it comes in a reusable Pro Nuke container. The normal price on this is $178. You'll find this above $200 in most places, but $178 is what we're expecting to see this. Today's price is $150. So
all
that's
right.
$28 savings. And this price is good through midnight. And order today while you can.
$28 will buy me a good ribeye. So I like the savings.
Maybe half a ribeye.
Oh, you're right. The size ribeyes that I've seen you eat, it's a little more expensive, but I think $28 savings, nothing to sneeze at, my friend.
Okay, there you go. Way to get me on that one there.
Not at all.
Okay, let's see here.
Oh, something else we've not given away is this 5-frame nuke box.
Okay.
Why don't you tell us what a nuke box is?
Okay, so this is when you want to make your own hive of bees, and you have 2 or 3 or 4 hives that you have already. What you can do is take 1 frame of brood out of each of them and 1 frame of honey. And you'll put that in there, put a new queen, and when the new queen emerges and she's laying, then you're ready to move that nuke into a new hive. And this is the way that you are pretty much self-sufficient. And what you want to do is you want to make sure that queen is there in your possession before you do a split off from another hive. So always make sure of that, because sometimes UPS is a little slow on delivery, and before you know it, those bees will fly back to their original hive. So that's the reason why you want to have a queen there and viable within that hive. All right, so you get a Pro Nuke box, you get 4 frames of brood and 1 frame of honey, and that is the deal today. And Brian, what was the price that we had on that?
$178 is the original price, but you save $28, so that drops it to $150 till midnight tonight.
All right, so $150, good through midnight. All right, again, we want to welcome everybody. It's the 1 o'clock hour here on the East Coast, 12 noon in the Midwest, and we want to say thank you for everybody tuning in. This is the 2026 bee season kickoff sale, and this is the sale of all sales. We never have prices this low on our bees anytime during the season. So this is our kickoff sale, and buy now, buy what you need, buy what you want to hedge against bee loss this fall and winter. And there is, let's go ahead and go through those slides there, Brian. Go ahead and fill everybody in.
Now, with the bee packages that we are giving away today, every purchase that you make online or when you call in, that gives you an entry into the contest. As Ray mentioned, in just a little less than 10 minutes, we'll be doing another announcement of a winner. We still have some bee packages to give away. We've got the 5-frame nuke box that we were just talking about. If you've already bought a package of bees and you wind up winning, you've got a couple of options. You can just say, great, I bought bees. Now I've got a second package coming for free. Or if you want us to deduct the price of the original purchase and just substitute it with the freebies, we can certainly do that for you. I'll leave that QR code up there. You can use either one of the codes. Point your phone at it. Make sure you're opening it like you're taking a picture. Hover over it. The hot yellow, on my phone it's yellow. I don't know what it will be on yours. Click on the link that pops up, and that'll take you right to where you can make your purchase today. And today, as Ray said, not only is it the best day of the season, the best prices that we're going to offer all season long, you also have that opportunity to let us know by February 1st, maybe if you're deciding, you know what, I need to cancel. My bees did great over the winter. I don't need extra bees heading into the spring of 2026. Then you've got some flexibility there to hedge against whatever could happen with winter losses, as Ray was talking about. So I'll give you a moment to scan those codes, and we very much would love for you to take advantage of this savings that is currently going on. And speaking of savings, we definitely have it with these Italian bee packages.
All right, folks, you see it right here on the screen, $125 for a 3-pound Italian bee package. And typically what you'll see in our bee packages is not just 3 pounds, but 3.2 pounds per package. So we give a little extra just in case there's a small die-off within the package. You still get 3 pounds of bees. All right, let's talk a little bit, Bryan, about the Italian bee package and what the Italian bee strengths are. Okay. First, they show strong breeding skills, these queens do. Once they have the maple pollen coming into the hive, the queens will automatically begin to lay and lay very, very heavy. So you can go from 0 to 100 very, very quickly with Italian bees in the spring season. So you have to begin your hive inspections real early in the spring. Otherwise, they will swarm on you. All right. So the Italian bees are also known for being excellent housekeepers and keeping the hive inside clean, very, very clean. They use very little propolis. Now, propolis, if you have not heard that term, that is sap, sap that has been brought into the hive, and they use this to weld any gaps that are in the hive, as well as joints. So you'll see your frames soldered with propolis from the bees. And the only way to get that broken is with your hive tool, and use your hive tool to wedge those up through, and then you'll hear a pop, and you'll know that your frame is free now to pull out with your fingertips.
Ray, I have a curiosity question about propolis. Something you just said brought something to mind. You said propolis is the sap that the bees bring into the hive.
Yes.
Is it sap that they bring in, or is it the byproduct of some process that the bees perform where they turn the sap into the propolis? Can you give me any background on how that happens?
So if a tree is giving sap, which is quite common during the spring months, the bees will ingest that and then will
secrete it.
No, they'll actually like throw it up, because it's much like what is done with honey. It's bee vomit, and so,
nice. But
so anyhow, what you will find is that's how they bring that in, and that's how they solder those joints.
It's a good term for it. Okay. That's helpful. Thank you.
One of the funniest talks that I ever heard was from a professor down at Florida, University of Florida. And he said, boy, I get paid to talk about bee spit. And so it is funny on that side. But anyhow, there's very little propolis, unlike what you'll find in other bees, honeybees, is there's a lot of propolis there. They're excellent foragers, and they're superb comb builders. But you have to feed them a 1-to-1 sugar water to keep that wax glands producing, and they will come out a non-combed out foundation very, very quickly. And I've seen them do that within a day and a half if you keep 1-to-1 sugar water on them. All right. So one of the other things that you'll see with the Italians is the first season especially is brilliant white cappings. So when they cap that nectar and now it's honey, they're going to put a capping on it. And that capping is very, very high quality wax. And that, if you can segregate that during your uncapping of the honey, you can get some really superior pricing for that whiteness of the honey there. They also are going to forage areas with nectar flow. They'll come and go, but their favorable weather throughout the summer is no clouds, direct sun. They do great on flying like that. And they're also known as the most gentlest of all the honeybees. So with that in mind, that is what you can expect when you buy Italian honeybees. Any questions, Bryan?
No questions, but I do want to remind you, you promised some giveaways about this time.
All
but
right.
before we move on to the giveaways, $125 good till midnight tonight on your Italians, which is about 90% of our sales are Italian honeybees. They're just a great all-round, all-purpose bee. As Ray has mentioned on many occasions, they are the top bee that we recommend, especially for new beekeepers. That gentleness aspect just makes a huge deal in growing as a beekeeper and enjoying opening up the hive and doing those inspections. Take advantage of this at mountainsweethoney.com. You can use the QR code there on the screen, and you can always call us at the phone number that's scrolling across the bottom of your screen.
All right, Bryan, are we giving away bees or are we giving away supplies?
I think we still have the 5-frame nuke box to give away.
Okay. All right.
And we still have a package of bees to give away. Okay. So my recommendation is that we do the nuke box now and we close out the show with our final package of bees.
All right. The nuke box giveaway is going to Patricia George in Crowley, Texas. And she bought 2 Italian bee packages and to be delivered in April. So thank you, Patricia, for your beekeeping business. And we'll be in touch with you on Tuesday about the nuke box and when that can be shipped out to you. Again, congratulations.
Yeah, enjoy that nuke box. That's going to be great.
All right.
Let's see. I think I had one more testimonial that I wanted to share here, and I found it. This one comes from Susan in Asheville. She was absolutely thrilled with my purchase from Mountain Sweet Honey. The entire process, she says, was seamless. From ordering to pickup, every step was handled with such professionalism and care. The bees I received were strong, calm, and thriving from day one. I've kept bees for 5 years, and these are by far, we like this, the best quality bees I've ever worked with. Customer service answered all of my questions quickly, gave excellent advice for setting up my new hives, and I've had a fantastic season thanks to them, and I'm already planning next year's order. Well, Susan, I hope you're getting next year's order in today to take advantage of the super savings going on during the kickoff sale.
All right. So, honey has been found in Egypt.
Mm-hmm. In the
thousands of years
King
old.
Tut's tomb or something like that.
Well, we actually have a customer right now in Alexandria, Egypt. That's placing an order.
We need to order some honey to replace it for the tourist attraction.
Well, no, I think what it is somebody's vacationing there.
Okay.
And they're from here in the U.S. and thus placing an order while they can, because it would be, 7 hours. It's 8, almost 9 o'clock there.
Yeah, most likely somebody got the email or got the notification on their device of what we were doing today. And so even if you are on vacation, it's well worth taking a few moments to lock in these prices before they go away.
Well, just looking at the website, we got about 57 people on shopping right now. We've got 3 in Austin, Texas, the Big D, Dallas, a person shopping there, Albuquerque, 2 in Denver, 2 in Chicago. Come on, New York. 2 in New York, and 1 in Baltimore, Avon Lake, Ohio, and Columbus, Ohio, and Canton, Georgia, Dahlonega, Georgia, Chatsworth, Dahlonega, and Columbus, and then Daytona Beach.
Daytona Beach, right? Florida checking back in.
Somebody's on vacation there.
I wish I was on vacation in Daytona.
All right. So that's what we got going on online right now. And I wanted to talk through some of these orders here. Stephen Holland from Mena, Arkansas. He got an Italian queen bee that he ordered today.
Yeah, you know what Mina's famous for, don't you?
No.
That's where, well, we'll talk about it off the air.
Okay.
That's where a lot of drugs were flown into Mina during a certain administration. They made a movie about it with Tom Cruise. So if you ever saw the Tom Cruise movie about the drug running in Mina, and I lived out there for a little period of time, and so it's one of the few things I remember about my time in Arkansas.
In Arkansas?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Yep.
Arkansas.
I did. I lived there for 3 months.
Okay. Christy Rogers, Nortonville, Kentucky. She picked up an Italian bee package to be shipped out to her. And Michael from The Hague, New York. He got 2 Italian bee packages. We've got Christina Cole from Fruitvale, Texas. She picked up 2 Italian bee packages. Jennifer Fontaine from Ivor, Virginia. 2 Italian bee packages. And Mark Snyder from Schenectady, New York, 3 Caucasian bee packages. So I wanted to go back to one of these here.
What caught your attention?
Well, I don't recall now. That's why I'm having to go back and look. Well, anyhow, folks, is if you need help on identifying a good ship date for your area, please call us at 706-886-1322. And one of our folks will help you and walk you through what is the best date for bees to be shipped to your area. Again, that's a free service, and you have up to February the 1st of next year to cancel. Anytime between now and then, you can cancel free of charge and with no service charge on cancellations. So
very good.
Folks, give us a call or go online. 706-886-1322 is our customer service helpline. So call us and let us know any of your questions.
Our final bee package to be given away here at the end of the hour. So if you make a purchase,
145, let's
145. Say. Okay. A purchase of anything, whether you're buying a Hive tool or some, I was going to say ApiGuard. Did I get that correct?
Yeah, ApiGuard.
ApiGuard, or a package of bees, whatever your purchase is, it's an entry into the contest. So if you want to win some bees, that's how you do that. We're grateful for everybody that's been checking in. And in fact, I've got a new comment that just showed up. Let me see what we have here. All right, so Bangier wants to know, what are the chances of buying a package of Carniolans and getting honey the same year?
Okay, that's a question that is all left to Mother Nature. If you have a dry, hot summer, Bangier is, or Jake, I guess he goes by Jake. Jake, what happens is you need a really dry year where the nectar is not being washed out from the blooms, and you'll see very robust honey for that given year. If you're seeing a lot of rain like we have here in the South, rains during the day mostly and very little at night, it's washing that nectar out. And that washed out nectar is a lost resource that the bees could have gotten. So definitely, I would say it's only going to be about a 33% chance that you're going to make honey your first year, because you want to leave enough behind allow your bees to eat through those stores that you have within the hive itself. And in most places, that is one medium super that is full of honey frames. And that should get you through the winter, as well as feeding them 1-to-1 sugar water and then 2-to-1 sugar water during the really coldest months of the year. All right.
Thank you, Jake, for that question. We will still have time for a few more questions. If you want to jump into the chat on YouTube or Facebook, please do that, especially if you have a question that is something you're dealing with right now. If you've got something that's popped up in the bee yard and you're scratching your head trying to figure this out, ask the question, and I'll do my best to make sure that we get it in front of Ray and get you an answer that will be helpful.
All right. So I'm going to give a little forecast of what I think we're going to see this coming season. I do look to see us have some more bee loss, much like last year, just because a lot of people are not reading about what the virus is that's killing off bees this past 8 to 12 months. And they have pretty much brought it back to mites, and mites have got a new virus. And I just, I'm not seeing the gravitational pull of beekeepers saying, hey, look, not only do I need to treat, but I need to maybe treat twice or even 3 times. So those are important issues that I think are falling to the wayside. And because sometimes the mite load is so high within a hive that you have to treat 2 or even possibly 3 times. So what do you look for? What you would do is you'd go on ahead and get a sticky whiteboard, put it underneath on a screen bottom board, and then do your treatment. If you see 10 or more mites, then it's telling you that after the end of this treatment that you need to come back within a few days, let your bees recover, come back with another treatment, and see what your mite drop is there again. If it's 10 or more again, then go a week and then come back in with another treatment. It may take 3 treatments. I would hope not, but after all, it is rhubarb extract that this is used, and it is good. It's all organic, but it still is a treatment, and it will set your bees back. When do you treat? You treat right after you pull your honey off your hive. That's when your mite counts begin to explode, and it's time to get in front of it before it does. So you definitely want to treat before August 1st, and definitely take a look by the end of September and see what your mite drop is again on that there. So
it looks like Candace was appreciative of all the details, and she also has a question for you. Do you recommend double brood boxes for Italians? Are there pros and cons to this?
All right. So great question. This is a question that we get a lot, is the double broods. All right. So what we're talking about, folks, for those that might not understand, these are 2 deep boxes, either 8 frame or 10 frame. And what I have found, Candace, is getting the first brood box combed out and doing well is minimal time. But once you go to that second deep brood box, that's when the bees and science seem to have a conflict. And what you can expect as a beekeeper, if you want to do that, and there's nothing wrong or right about it, it's just a preference. So the second brood box is going to take you most of the season to get that fully combed out and for the queen to begin laying brood. And you're going to have some space for your honey stores. So that's what the uphill climb on doing a double brood box your first year is, that you're not going to get most likely any further than the second brood box and be ready for winter. And the biggest thing that I would want to see on that is that second brood box is at least half of it with honey stores, and the bottom full of brood, and in the middle of the second brood box having half of that is brewed there. And I would count that as highly successful going into the fall and winter months on
Cool.
that there.
Well, one of the reasons that we come to you with today's live stream is to let newer beekeepers know about the various types of bees that we sell at Mountain Sweet Honey. And we've talked about the Italians, and we're getting ready to take a look at the Carniolans and highlight some of the traits. So if you just now have popped into the live stream and you're thinking about buying bees for the 2026 season, well, let's learn something right now with about Carniolans with my friend Ray.
All right, so the Carniolan bee packages today are $130, and that is easily a $30 savings versus our full price during the season. $130 is our guaranteed low price of next year, and so you can buy with confidence and know that that pricing is great pricing. All right, let's talk a little bit about the Carniolan queen bee and her colony here. They are mildly aggressive. I would put Italians first, Caucasians second, and then Carniolans third.
Now, what order are you going in when you said
in aggressiveness?
So are the Italians the least aggressive? Or
That's correct.
All right. So the way you were numbering them was by least aggressive, not most.
Yeah.
I'm with you.
Okay. So the Carniolans, what I mean by aggressive, as a new beekeeper, if you were to drop a frame of brood because it got slippery in your hand for whatever reason and you drop it, those bees are going to fly right up into your veil, very, very upset. Any kind of quick motions, they're going to get upset. So that's what I mean by mild aggressiveness, is they are the top of the scale when it comes to aggressiveness on the bees that we handle here. Okay. So these bees can also be kept in well-populated areas, but you got to have a 10-foot space in front of them for them to fly in and out. If you do less than 10 feet, then you're going to be in those flight patterns that go in and out of the hive, and the bees are not going to enjoy that, and they're going to let you know that. So give enough space on the front of the hive. Now, one of the other things that you'll see different with the Carniolan is that they have less drift. And what I mean by that is if you have 3 hives side by side, they're not going to go visit those other hives unless there's some kind of collapse in that hive and robbing begins. But they're not prone to rob other hives. They're going to go out and forage as much as they possibly can. They are able to overwinter in smaller numbers than other bees. They tend to have a little bit more fat to them, about 12% larger than what they normally are during the winter months. And they tend to have a higher survivability during really, really cold months. Now, would I put a hive wrap around them? Yes. Anything to help them through the cold winter months up in the upper Midwest and Northeast, where they're seeing 0 degrees or below. This still is a great honeybee to use in those areas, but you still have to care for them on the hive wraps. All right, so they're very thrifty during the winter months. They're not going to go and eat up all the stores within the first month. They're going to pace themselves, and what the great thing of this is that they're not going to be in the starvation mode come November or December. They're going to carry well through that whole period. Now, would I continue to feed them and give them pollen pays during that time? Yes, absolutely. I want to make it as easy as possible for them to get through the winter months or cold months without any significant loss. All right, so these Carniolans are really able to adapt quickly to changes in the environment. They still fly on overcast days, and they're really good for areas with long winters. So if you're in the upper Midwest, upper northeast, this might be a bee that you want to really strongly consider. The queen really has a rhythm to the brood production and rearing because she bases it on the foraging decreasing, and she's going to cut back on her laying once the foraging decreases. So one of the things that I've done in the past is immediately feeding 1-to-1 sugar water going into July, August, September, and even October and late October here in Georgia, and keeping that queen laying very heavy. So what I ended up with is a really large colony going into the winter months. And with a large colony, it's a two-edged sword. One, you're going to run out of food stores, so you got to make sure that you're keeping sugar water and pollen patties on them. All right, so they do use lower propolis, much like the Italians. They are more resistant to diseases. Now, I'm not talking about Varroa and the viruses that are going around from there. That is a totally different subject. And with any honeybees, you have to treat for mites. No and for buts. So you definitely want that to happen. All right, so when the queen gets the first pollen from maple trees, it's going to wake her up a little bit and she'll begin to lay some. But it's not until that maple nectar starts coming in, and then automatically the queen's going to really start laying. So she's going to be about a week and a half behind what you would see an Italian buildup within the hive there. Now, they will forage earlier. I've seen my Carniolans out foraging at 5:15, 5:30 in the morning during the summer, and then going till about 9:15 in the evening. Now, obviously, as the days get narrower into the fall and winter months, there's less flying time, and they are not going to only go out to defecate during the cold days, and wetter days they'll be out foraging some there too. Now, the workers live up to 12% longer than other species of honeybees, and that is solely due to, one, them being a little bit more fatter. As a honeybee, they have more stored fats than other bees, so that is what gets them through the winter months. And your winter bees are very much more healthy on that side. All right, I'm looking at my clock, Brian. We're at 1:30.
130 is also the price that you can pick up the Carniolans for. So very fortuitous there. And we do want to mention the significant savings that is in effect till midnight tonight. And as Ray was alluding to, if you go ahead and make a purchase now, you'll be eligible for our final giveaway that you were just about to talk about.
All right, so we got a package of Italian bees that we're going to be giving away in 14 minutes. And then we're going to start trying to wrap it up for the day.
Okay, you guys have been great. Thank you so much for participating, for purchasing, for interacting in the chat with us today. We hope that you've had a good experience, that you've learned a couple of new things that can help you. And no doubt someone's going to look to you as a mentor or an expert because you know more than the person asking you the question. And now you're picking up some helpful ideas to pass on to others to help everybody become a better beekeeper. That's why we're here. That's why we do a lot of this type of education. And Ray, I didn't want to let the day get away without mentioning the Beekeepers Boot Camp.
Yes.
That is coming up on October the 11th here in Toccoa, Georgia. You've done several of these in the past. Who is the Beekeepers Boot Camp for, and what might people want to start thinking about?
The Beekeepers Boot Camp is really for someone that has no beekeeping experience to probably about a 5-year into beekeeping experience. What I'm going to do is show you a lot of easy things to make you a successful beekeeper. How to do it, when to do it, and it's all about getting you better as a beekeeper. We've offered this course for probably 12 years now, and it's like 100%. Everybody says, "Man, did I learn a lot in this boot camp?" And these are people that have went to other learning sources, other boot camps or beekeeping groups that have put on a one day. But we really cover a lot of ground, but at the same time, take enough time to take questions and answers from the audience. And this year we're limited to 300 this year. Last year, Bryan, I was sick. I was bad sick, and we had to cancel last year. And but I promise to be a great guy this year and not get sick if at all possible.
And if I remember, you did fine for the one in the fall, like what we have coming up, but we were going to do one in January or February, and that's when you got sick. October the 11th is the date that you need to mark down. Make sure you're connected with us, that you're getting the Mountain Sweet Honey email newsletter, that you're following us on socials to get updated. And if somebody just goes to the website, do they just go to the search icon? And tell us what to do.
Just go to mountainsweethoney.com, and within 15 seconds, you'll be asked to sign up for our email. And just put your email address and your name, and boom, you're ready. And you'll begin receiving
the newsletter.
What I typically do, folks, is on Monday, we talk about education stuff. And speaking of education, we have over 200 videos on our website to help you be better beekeepers. And then on Friday, we do the flash sale, and that flash sale is typically really, really good pricing on whatever the item is. And you buy and buy big on that, because it will probably never be as low as what it is. So that's what our 2 emails a week are about. No more than that. I really try to save your inbox from getting pounded. I know there's a lot of e-commerce folks out there that every time you look at your screen, you got 3 or 4 emails from. We don't blow it up. We try to conserve and make it known what we do on Monday and what we do on Friday. And that's who we are, and that's our DNA.
Okay, cool. Thank you so much for sharing that.
All right. So looking at some orders that just came in. We have Stephen Bellinger from Manhattan, Kansas. He got a Carniolan bee package and a Caucasian bee package. We have Ellis Mayfield from Sewanee, Tennessee. He got one Italian queen bee. So I know what he's doing, either requeening or he's looking to do a split.
I know we've spent the whole day on this topic, but Gary has a quick question about which is better, the Italian or the Carniolan. I know the answer is it depends, but if you had to just give the elevator speech of which one he might consider, what would you tell him?
Well, Gary, type us a reply where you're located, and that will help me tremendously. But let's just talk overall. The Italian is what 90% plus beekeepers have. They're easy to work with. They do produce honey. People just enjoy the experience, and that's why they enjoy the Italians. The Carniolans are a little bit more cold weather type of honeybee. They are a little bit more aggressive. And folks, I will just tell you from my experience, the more aggressive your hives are, the more honey they produce. And it just goes hand in hand on that there. But Gary, one thing I will say is if you're a new beekeeper and you're looking at bees, go with Italian first, and then you can always add on next time around or 2 years down the road, the Carniolans. But do yourself a big favor. Go with the Italians first. Enjoy the hobby. That's the big thing, enjoying what you're doing. So that's the direction I would put you in.
All right, good. I thought that was going to be your answer, and that's why we're here today, to help people think through this whole process because we want you to enjoy what you're doing.
All right. We got an order here from Sharon Camp in Temple, Georgia. She ordered some triple wax foundation. Let's just talk a little bit about foundation here for a minute, folks. Okay. So you have natural wax, and then you have wax that has wires, so it's reinforced. And then you have single wax plastic, double wax plastic, and triple wax plastic. Here's the difference. The natural wax is more for the artisan type of beekeeper. It does a good job, but when you go to extract off from any kind of natural wax, there's a good chance that you'll blow that out when you're doing your extraction. And blowing it out of the frame is not the best thing because it's hard to get the honey out of the comb at that point, except if you mash it. So that is the drawback there.
Okay.
All right. Now we get into the plastics. The more wax, the better. And here's the reason why. The bees seem to really develop the wax on double and triple wax far greater than what you would find on a single wax plastic frame or plastic foundation. And so the more you have on there, they'll even take some of that extra in the double and triple wax and redo it into the comb. So that's also giving them a little bit of a pop in being able to develop that comb a lot quicker. All right, let's look at some more orders here. We have another beekeeping supply from Charles Morton from Jackson, Georgia. He got a bunch of foundation and groove frames. And then we've got David Martin from Dahlonega, Georgia. He got an overwintered nuke. And then we've got Jacqueline Iglesias from Natala, Texas. She picked up 2 Italian bee packages, so we appreciate that order too. We have Aline Roque from Arcadia, Florida. She picked up an Italian bee package. All right. So
there is a sense of urgency with the sale ending at midnight to,
yes,
if you're thinking about making a purchase of a package or a nuke, really think hard on it and then act on it before midnight Eastern.
We got Gary Valdez from Von Ormy, Texas.
Okay, that answers the question of where Gary's from when you were answering his question about Italian versus Carniolan.
All right, so Gary, what I would say is go Italian all the way, and you did. You got 5 of them, so thank you for your question there too. All right, and then we've got Powell McCobb from Benton, Mississippi. He picked up 2 Italian bee packages. Trying to keep up with the orders here coming in. All right, then we've got Lynette Nadeau from Las Lunas, New Mexico. She picked up an Italian bee package. And then we've got, Gary came back in and got 4 more bee packages. So thank you, Gary, for
your business,
your business, your beekeeping business. We appreciate you. All right, Bryan, what do we got? 4 minutes?
4 minutes till we do our final giveaway.
Okay.
And what all do you want to give away here? You got a package of bees left? Anything
One package
else?
of
One
bees.
package of
That's
bees.
it.
That's going to be it. All right. I was trying to twist his arm, folks, into throwing something else in there, but there's half a sandwich left.
Yeah, half a sandwich. Yeah.
That's probably the worst sandwich you've ever had in your life.
I think we've given away about $2,000.
Fantastic. Thank you for your generosity.
All right. What do you think?
I think I'd like to give away a package of bees.
All right. Let's give a package of bees away.
It's like money burning a hole in my pocket.
All right. Let's see here. Here we go. David Carson from Maryville, Tennessee.
Okay.
I know where that is. That's up in the mountains. All right. Maryville, Tennessee. And he bought an overwintered nuke and congratulations. You got another Italian bee package.
Flag that so that we make sure that he gets
hold on.
his package of bees.
You got to talk while I'm doing this because I can't do two things at one time.
All right. We'll turn the camera back over on me here. Hey, I hope you've had a good time, learned a few things today. And remember, although Nikki wasn't with us today, she will be back hopefully for the next Buzz TV, which probably will happen sometime in July. And with this great new feature that she's starting, Women in Beekeeping, if you're a lady and you've got some questions about how to best enjoy the hobby, make sure and reach out to Nikki. Nikki at mountainsweethoney.com is her email address. Ask those questions. I know she looks forward to answering them and just giving a perspective that maybe sometimes is overlooked. So Women in Beekeeping going to be a new feature here on Buzz TV. If you missed the date that we gave earlier, October the 11th for the Beekeepers Boot Camp, great way to get the knowledge and education that you need into a condensed format. You know, anybody can go on YouTube and 500 hours later know what Ray's going to teach you. Or you could spend a few hours, 5-6 hours hanging out at a boot camp and get a distillation of all of that information in a well-packaged format that'll help you retain all that you've learned, again, without having to spend 500 hours separating the wheat from the chaff of YouTube videos. We're not against YouTube videos. Obviously, we're on YouTube as a video right now, but we do want to help guide you into education that is time-tested and succinct, and will just help you grow in this hobby. All right, Ray, back to you.
All right. So looking at where everybody's shopping right now, we've got 2 people from Los Angeles on shopping. We've got Albuquerque with somebody. We've got Minneapolis with 2 folks. We've got the Big D, Dallas, with 2 folks, and Irvin, Texas, with a person placing an order, in Abilene, and also, let's see here, Jackson, Mississippi, and Jasper, Alabama, Alexander City, Alabama, Claremont, Georgia, Comer, Georgia, Jefferson City, Tennessee, and then of course Cleveland showing up today, and Cairo, Michigan, Hammond. I gotta zoom in on that one. I think it's Hammond, Indiana. So, folks, we appreciate you. We've got one up in Barr, Vermont, and also in Knoxville, Tennessee. So, thank you all for tuning in. We're going to sign off just a few minutes early here, and we appreciate everybody that's tuned in today. We appreciate all the orders that have come in, and just know that you're never assumed as a customer of Mountain Sweet Honey. We want to earn your beekeeping business day in and day out. So thank you again. Thank you for being a blessing to us. I hope we've been a blessing to you. Bryan?
Again, I share those same sentiments that Ray has shared today. And if there's ever anything that you feel like we can do more effectively or do better, we want the communication, whether that's on the purchase of an item, or just on Buzz TV. So suggestions always welcome, feedback, constructive criticism, not takedowns, but something that you think is constructive. We will take that to heart, because without you, we're just talking to the walls.
That's right.
That's it.
And we don't want to do that. All right. Well, folks, thanks again. And with that, we're going to end the show, and I'm going to try to catch my voice again.